Oh man, sorry about that. The Stream Deck has been good and reliable for a long time. God, is that background music loud or what? Oh my god, we are off to a weird start tonight, aren't we? Let's crank that just down a little bit. Down a little, maybe. And dwell on this one for a minute before you pass judgment, okay? Maybe what you just experienced here in the Thunderhead Studio Twitch stream is a little bit of an experimental, kind of avant-garde, new wave streamerism. It's a bit like, you know, what I'm trying to say here is I'm kind of like the David Lynch, you know, of Twitch. And I was really trying to send a message where you've got the countdown, right? And it counts down and it hits 1, but it never goes to 0. Now, what is this? This is sort of a lesson how in life, you know, sometimes it seems like you're waiting for something. Sometimes it seems like everything will be okay if you can just wait out the clock, just wait for the light at the end of the tunnel. But ultimately, there is no light at the end of the tunnel. There's just silence, nothingness, and disappointment, ultimately. Essentially what I'm doing, I realize now, is talking my way out of failure by explaining my stream as a disappointment to the viewer. And maybe I should stop. You know, as I reach this point, I'm starting to see the error with my logic. And, yeah. Oh, we've already got weird sexual subplots, Colonel Matthew. No, we're way ahead of you on that one, man. Just be glad I'm not the David Cronenberg of Twitch, because then y'all would be in trouble. There'd be, like, monsters with sphincters for faces. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen a David Cronenberg movie in a long time. I think the last one I saw was Naked Lunch. And I just remember the... You know what? Let's not talk about Naked Lunch. Like, as soon as I started to describe that scene, I realized this is a bad idea. This is my third bad idea of the night, and I've been streaming for less than 5 minutes. How's everybody doing tonight? To Square Data Nerd Roland, Gear Falcon Just On TSB, who if we could pretty please get a shout out for Just On TSB, an excellent streamer in his own right, been doing a lot of 40k lately, some truly excellent Sons of Dorn, or I guess Sons of Dorn are actually their own chapter. I'm referring to the Imperial Fists, my personal favorite of the original Space Marine chapters. Avash, good to see ya. Metalcore Collectibles. It hits 1 and then it stops. Usually I've hit the button by then. But this was one of those fun times where, like, I have to have an instance of Stream Deck actually running for my deck to work the way that it's supposed to. And there was, like, there was an instance of Stream Deck running in the background. Like, when I went into Task Manager, I could see it there, but it wasn't doing anything. So I couldn't open a new instance. I had to hunt down there and end the task. It's only done that once or twice, and I can't figure out what sets it off. Kursala, good to see you. David Rogers Games, how are you doing today? Happy Heretic! Yeah, it's the resin. It's definitely the resin. Somebody please send help. PSK Studio, good to see you, man. Welcome in again. Noob Corpse. Noobs always wind up corpses, don't they? It's the way of things. It's the way of things. Noob Corpse, it's good to see you too, man. The ramblings of a mad genius. Now that is flattering. That is indeed flattering. WJ, good to see ya. Pondburn, wow, we got everybody in here today. Hathrir is even hanging out. You know that line from Wolverine where Patrick Stewart calls Wolverine a fucking disappointment? Oh my god. Oh yeah. Yeah, she left today. She left today for Wasteland Weekend, and I'm alone. I'm alone right now, and it's weird. It's very strange. I might have to take 1 or 2 extra breaks tonight because I gotta like walk the dog and make sure the animals are taken care of. It's just all the stuff that she does to keep my life moving forward. Now I have to do it myself, and I don't know how you people do this shit. I don't understand it. How do I live? How do I be an adult? This is not the skill set that I've been honing for the last few years. It's a very, very different and removed skill set. Beer always sounds good. How you doing there, Beelzebub? Basilbub? Is that a T? I hate it when you guys' names are in blue. I can't see the blue against the black. You're killing me. You're killing me, Beelzebub, which I guess is probably appropriate given your namesake. Ballselbub. I'm gonna call you Balls. No, that's not good. Beelzebub, Lord of the Buttwise. I will blither as much as I care to, Hathrir. You should know by now, that's like most of what I do. If I stopped blithering entirely, and Valfera knows this, by the way, welcome in. If I stopped blithering entirely, there would be no stream. Is that what you want? You want a stream where you jump onto Twitch because you see the guy started streaming, and you know that he's just going to get right to the content that you're there for, and he doesn't bullshit, he doesn't ramble, he doesn't tell you about the stupid thing that he did that morning. He just starts painting models, and he paints them well, and he talks a little bit about the painting while he's doing it, but he doesn't get distracted by random off-topic bullshit and things that upset him about pop culture. Is that what you want? Because if you keep this up, you just might get it. How is everyone today? I hope everybody's having a good one. I finished watching Iron Man 3 today. Oh, how did I go out of focus? Like, what did I do? Camera? What did I do to earn your ire so suddenly? Let's fix that. I swear to God, these Logitech cameras, man. It's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, camera. There we go. Just go ahead and keep that open in case I have to do that again. Yeah, apparently the camera hates Iron Man 3. Everybody seemed to hate Iron Man 3. Everybody went on and on about how Iron Man 3 was the worst thing ever. I liked that movie. Like, I never watched it. Because everyone was like, Iron Man 3 is fucking stupid. And at the time I was like, it's Marvel. It's just more Iron Man. I mean, okay, I don't really care. But I put it on last night when I started working on a few things at my desk, and then I just kind of watched it in like 15 to 20 minute bursts as I kept sitting back down to get things done. And I finished it off this morning, and I actually liked it. It had like decent character development for Tony Stark. I like almost anything that Guy Pearce is in, for the most part. There were a couple of good bad guy lines. There was a couple of cool fight scenes. The one where all the pieces are coming in, and he's only got like one arm of the Iron Man suit on, and he's fighting goons with like a gun in the other hand. I'm like, that's pretty cool. Big fight at the end, when all the Iron Man suits fly in, and they're fighting the guys that are all full of fire, or whatever the plot was. It was not a great movie, but it was not the shit show that I was led to believe it was. Admittedly, it was like, oh, the Mandarin, and obviously the Mandarin's not the bad guy. Okay. They bamboozled you a bit there, and I guess people were maybe a little bitter about that, but I didn't really care. Maybe it's because I already knew that twist was coming. Oh man. Slept away your first day off in weeks. You probably needed it. You probably needed it, Noob Corpse. Good, but just needed something that it didn't have. I mean, it's an unnecessary film for the most... Well, the little bits of plot development about Tony Stark having, like, PTSD about the Battle of New York and so on and so forth, I didn't feel like that was totally unnecessary. Him having panic attacks unless he's in his Iron Man armor, I thought that was actually kind of a fun thing to play with. It had Ben Kingsley, and Ben Kingsley, like, being fun, too. But Ben Kingsley, he's great in anything that he's in. He was great in Ender's Game, and that I can't remember the plot of that. I've read the book of Ender's Game. I know the plot of Ender's Game. I can't remember the plot of the movie. It was so fucking boring. I assume it's the same thing. I can't guarantee it, because I don't remember what happened. It's like, Ender, you're the best guy ever, huzzah! And then Ben Kingsley was, like, kind of being snarky, and I was like, hey, Ben Kingsley, and then the movie was over. I don't think Harrison Ford gives a fuck anymore, you guys. Has anyone else noticed this? Like, when's the last time Harrison Ford delivered a performance? He just kind of shows up these days. It's confusing to me because I don't think he needs the money. But he's not trying. Yeah, it's very similar to Bruce Willis, Gear Falcon. Harrison Ford and Bruce Willis are in a similar position now. I think Harrison Ford is a better actor than Bruce Willis ever was. Bruce Willis is not a bad actor, though. Bruce Willis is quite a good actor. I just thought Harrison Ford... I mean, he's like a character actor, to be fair. His best performances have been, you know, Indiana Jones and Han Solo and being kind of snarky, and he gives real active performances, though. Even when the role doesn't really call for it, he does, like, angry and flustered really, really well. And now he's just sleeping through every movie that he winds up in, and it's fucking ridiculous. How you doing today, Amish Stick? It's good to see you. Riot Sister, welcome in. Happy Heretic, have you seen Mandy? All of you, have you seen Mandy, the Nick Cage movie? It's fucking amazing. This is one of those movies that's been out for a few years and nobody told me anything about it, and I was just like, oh, Mandy, this looks interesting. I heard that it's kind of crazy. I was not ready for this movie. It's like watching... It reminds me of, like, heavy metal. It reminded me a lot of heavy metal. I think on purpose. Because there's lots of allusions to, like, metal album covers and, like, fantasy novels from the late 80s, early 90s. And, well, I guess earlier than that. Fantasy novels would have been, like, 70s, 80s. And then metal covers from 80s to 90s. It's you know, watch it, Colonel Steiner. I don't want to say it's exactly like heavy metal, because it's not. It's an experiential movie. It is aggressively and consistently surreal. You just need to sit your ass down, open your mind, and let the movie flow into you. There is no major boobage in the sense of heavy metal, which had boobage all over the place. Violence. Some real violence. And just a frenetic... hallucinogenic pacing that is really, really difficult to nail down. Like I said, though, just experience. Just experience the movie. I got a few things to do on my desk before we can get started painting, so let's go ahead and get started doing that, eh? And I watched another movie with the wife before she left. Oh, a little hangnail there, pardon. That just came out, and I was not going to watch it originally because it was... How you doing, little cannibal girl? It's good to see you. It was is a new James Wan movie, and you know everybody knows James Wan at this point. He did the Conjuring series. He was involved heavily in the start of the Saw series. And he did the Conjuring series. He did Insidious. He does, you know, those horror movies, and he does like the most competent version of the modern horror film, in my opinion. I've seen The Conjuring. I've seen Insidious. I think I saw Insidious Part 2. I don't think I watched anything after that. I watched Conjuring 1 and 2. I didn't watch anything past that because I'm like, these movies don't really interest me all that much. I can't say they're bad movies because they're not bad movies. They're very competent. They're very slick. They're very polished. They've got really good camera work. It's always really well framed. The colors are interesting. I like Patrick Wilson, and apparently James Wan does too because he keeps putting him in fucking everything. It's okay, yeah. So then he does Aquaman, and Aquaman's Aquaman. It's not a great movie. It's got some major problems with it, but it has a lot of things that I really enjoy. A lot of things. Let me get my gloves. But that movie made $1 billion. It made $1 billion. Aquaman did, which is fucking crazy. And again, he was like, put Patrick Wilson in it, which I'm like, fuck yeah. And so then I see this movie coming out called Malignant. And, Avash, that was done in a combination of Fusion 360, and then for the fabric parts I was using ZBrush, which I'll go ahead and show you. I don't have any paint on it yet. All I've done is put primer down on it. But this is the new helmet for my mounted noble lord. He has a torse and mantle on his great helm now, which I'm really quite pleased with how this sculpting came out. You can't see it very well because it isn't just black primer. But I think that came out pretty nice, and I'm going to wind up doing some more pieces like this to kind of dull down the high fantasy of the 100 Kingdoms. But okay, so anyway, this movie comes out. It's on HBO Max, I think, streaming, and it is. That's where I watched it. Jason Momoa shirtless. Yeah, you're not wrong. I also liked Black Manta in that movie, even if he had the single most confusing origin montage I've ever seen in my fucking life. And also that movie had Africa covered by Pitbull, which made me throw up a little bit in my mouth. But, you know, I swallowed it, and I moved on, and I enjoyed the rest of the film. But all of this I'm saying is to get to the point of mentioning this new movie, Malignant, which looks like every other movie James Wan has ever done. It's marketed very much like Conjuring. It's marketed very much like Insidious. It's marketed very much like, you know, Annabelle Creation or whatever other movies are based on the universe that he's created. It's like, from visionary director James Wan comes a new vision of horror. The scariest movie in 3 decades, says some asshole on Twitter. Like, you know, that kind of marketing. I never stopped laughing. From the first scene, I never stopped laughing. It is the corniest, cheesiest, most over-the-fucking-top, insane. All I can figure that it is an homage to cheesy 80s slasher movies with a heavy visual influence of, like, giallo Italian horror movies. And I'm still processing what I watched. Because it has nothing to do with anything James Wan has done before. It's not scary. It has a couple little, like, ooh, spooky, like it lures you into thinking it's going to be a James Wan horror movie, and it's really slick and polished, and the camera angles are great, but it's like, it's so aggressively, it's like it's making fun of itself. It's like James Wan made a parody of his own style. And I think I love it. I think I might love it because it takes a turn in Act 3 when the big twist hits you, and suddenly it's like an action movie? Like a ridiculous, over-the-top, hyper-violent trauma action sequence with tons of money put into it. Like really slick, really polished, really good special effects. And I feel like this is almost a Freddy Got Fingered situation, where, and I'm gonna be, this has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, I'm just showing off, I'm printing these vegetations, these hexagons of vegetation from Vergaderung, available on Steel Warrior Studios. I'm getting some of these primed up and ready to get some paint. These came out wonderfully, by the way. I don't know if Vergaderung's here right now. They're in 3 styles. There are more styles than this. I'm just doing the forest hexes for the moment, but I'm going to be painting these up soon to add to my board. Like I said, I'm still processing the movie. Let me move these out of the way. There's a fight scene, a crazy swinging around the camera, like the Matrix-style fight scene, where a crazy demon monster chops off a police officer's arm, turns it around, and throws it at another one right into their face, and then, like, does a cartwheel over a desk and grabs a cop's shotgun and spins it around and shoots another cop with it and then busts him in the head. It's like, what the fuck am I watching? It's batshit crazy. And like I said, I feel like it's maybe a Freddy Got Fingered situation, where, for those of you who might not be familiar with the early 2000s Tom Green bent that Hollywood went on, the movie Road Trip came out, and Tom Green was really, really popular at the time, and the studios did not understand what made Tom Green popular was the complete fucking absurdity of literally everything that he says and does. So they said, hey, Tom Green, you're popular, you want to make a movie? And he went, sure. And they were like, here's a bunch of money, we don't understand you, make a movie, make whatever you want. And he made what is simultaneously an offensive mess, and also kind of an endearing work of genius, in that it is a movie that truly makes almost no sense at all. Gear Falcon, you have to watch that movie with the right state of mind, because you have to understand that Freddy Got Fingered is Tom Green rubbing professional film executives' faces in the dog shit of them not knowing what they're doing with their money. They're like, oh, you're gonna give me all this money? Watch me fucking burn it on camera. just watch me burn it. And that's kind of what the whole movie is just Tom Green lighting $100 bills on fire and throwing them in the air and having fun doing it. And I get almost the same impression from that, from that movie that I do from Malignant, where it's like James Wan has made these movies. He's made so much money for Warner Brothers. Again, he made $1 billion. He made $1 billion with Aquaman. And Warner Brothers went, have some money, do whatever you want. And he was like, sweet, I want to make Basket Case, but really, really good looking. No, I agree with you, Datron Voltari. I don't think Freddy Got Fingered is a good movie. I think Freddy Got Fingered is a bad movie. Very much on purpose. But it is, in its own way, an important movie and an interesting movie. But these don't all have to be the same thing. It can be a very enjoyable movie once you understand what you're watching, but if you go in thinking like, oh, this is going to be a good movie with a story, no. Yeah, I just watch Malignant. I guess this is what I'm saying. Guys, if you have HBO Max, you have nothing to lose, watch Malignant and just see what you think of it, because it's amazing. It's incredible. I never stopped laughing the entire way through. And while it is certainly possible that James Wan didn't realize he was making a comedy, maybe he was being totally serious. I can't believe that. The comedy is so in your face. It's so over the top. The way that he shoots it, the lines that he has these actors say is just like, what? The movie opens with one of the cheesiest scenes I've ever seen in my life that just sets you up. You're like, oh, it's gonna be this kind of movie, and then it like lulls you into thinking. Like, I don't want to say anything more about it because you really should watch it without spoilers. You'll probably figure out the twist before it happens anyway. But like, I went through 2 or 3 versions of what I thought the twist was gonna be before they hit me with it, and I was like, oh shit, oh what the fuck? All right, I gotta change the paper I have here on my oil palette. Here, by the way, folks, is that little oil palette that I made for myself. With none of this should run off. The magnetized base to it, and it's so easy to change. All I gotta do is put my fingers in from below here and pop this up and off and out of the base plate. And I peel off my paper, fold it up a little bit here, throw this away. Take a fresh piece and wrap it around so that it tucks under both sides. Nice and easy like. And then this just magnetizes right down, and oh no, it's all poofy and it came up from the edges because you weren't holding it down. Well, you just kind of grab it from below and scoot it into place. Tighten it up. Just like that. And there I got a palette with a fresh piece of parchment paper on it, which I know a lot of people will use like wax paper for oil paints because it'll just sit on top. I found that the parchment paper, it absorbs a little bit of the medium and it actually helps the oil paints dry a little faster, which for the way I paint I've been liking. Because I know that them drying slow is part of the appeal, but a little faster can be helpful. Gus Schultz, good to see you, man. Yeah, for that matter, as you're watching, and I don't want the, you know what, I shouldn't. I'm just saying, as you're watching Malignant, think about all the bits that he does in Freddy Got Fingered. Because I'm just going to say, there is one particular bit, one of his stupid little jokey bits that he does in Freddy Got Fingered, that is arguably a direct spoiler for Malignant. Like, it's the same plot. And it's oh my god, it's fucking crazy. I'm still, like I said, I'm still kind of reeling from watching this movie. Watch the new Nick Cage movie, Prisoners of the Ghostland, and it got batshit crazy Into the Badlands energy. Oh shit. Nick Cage is not a great indicator of whether a movie's gonna be good or bad, but he can deliver some really great performances, and he's definitely in some interesting things. I might have to check that one out. I recently watched Wild at Heart. Speaking of Nick Cage and David Lynch, and I don't know why I keep watching David Lynch movies, if I'm being honest. But I do. Here we are, watching David Lynch movies, still trying to pretend like we have any understanding of what the hell's going on inside that man's head. Hey, what's up, Bitterbrush? How you doing today, man? We're just getting started over here. Just been talking about movies. Just been talking about movies, Bitterbrush. We do that from time to time here. Wow, these colors have set in pretty well on my wings over here. I'm going to start trying to lay in some tones on top of them today. Take a touch of Prussian blue to get started. Thoughts like, why did I direct Dune? Oh my god, absolutely the worst movie that he's done. Absolutely the worst movie that he's done. I didn't really understand... Like, to understand how Dune went wrong, you really kind of have to watch a number of other David Lynch movies and watch, like, Twin Peaks and get a feel for who is David Lynch, why is he doing the things that he's doing, and once you understand that you're never going to understand, you have already begun to set yourself free. David Lynch does things that make sense to David Lynch. I think maybe that's the most important realization about him as a director, is you ask yourself, like, what was he trying to say to me with this crazy scene? He wasn't necessarily trying... Yeah, Eraserhead, right? One of my favorite quotes from David Lynch is during that interview that he was doing. It was with some British, like, pop culture movie interviewer, and he says something to the effect of, Eraserhead is my most spiritual film. And the guy goes, elaborate on that. And David Lynch just goes, no. And then carries on with what he was saying. And I'm like, what? No. You just refuse to explain? But see, this is an important moment, because that is him all over. I think the most important realization about watching David Lynch movies is understanding that he didn't make it for you. He genuinely did not make it for you. If you want to watch it and you enjoy it, that's great. I'm sure he's, pleased by that in his own way. But that was not the point. He made all of his movies for himself. And some parts of his movies, while you can glean meaning from some of the weirdest shit that happens in them, there are parts of his movies that will never, ever make sense to anyone other than him. And you know what you have to learn to do? You have to learn to let go. You have to learn to just take it as it comes, and when something hits you that really just makes no sense at all, that you have no grasp on, you're like, you can't see any symbolism, you can't see any irony, you can't see anything, just let it go. Don't try to hold on to it, because it will drag you down and you will drown. George showed me this thing called a Wookiee, and it made my head hurt. Yeah. David Lynch decidedly does not belong anywhere near science fiction, and that's why Dune came out so very odd. I mean, that's not the only reason, but that is certainly the core of the issue. Like a charging bull or a full tilt steam train. Yeah. Requires you to watch the extended edition because the theatrical... Yeah, I mean, the extended edition isn't that much better to square. That's the thing, is Dune is not a Dune movie. David Lynch's Dune is not a Dune movie, it's a David Lynch movie. So if you go in expecting Dune, you're guaranteed to be disappointed. Take a little titanium white, a little yellow ochre. I'm going to get started trying to lay in a little bit of a warm, linen-y, feathery color on top of these base tones I got on my wings here. Dude, Jodorowsky's Dune would have probably been amazing. Jodorowsky's Dune is one of those rare... In a way, we're better off with the version of Jodorowsky's Dune that we have, which is to say one that doesn't exist. Because it's as good as you can imagine it might have been, and we will never have to know what problems it may genuinely have had. I need to mix up more yellow ochre today. It gets to be just as good as you imagine in your mind, and you never have to know how it might genuinely have turned out, which might have been crap. You never know. I wanted to show you guys this. Can't see it very well because it's just black primer on, but I've got some launching waves of LRMs that these print separately, and then they just glue right on top of the LRM boxes for the onager, and you can see he's flipping the requisite bird as part of his double launch pose that we've got here. I made them longer. After I was looking at them, I was like, they are a bit stubby. So the missiles themselves are notably longer than they were on the initial version. And I did one where I mirrored it so you can have like opposing waves of missiles kind of coming up and out. I made some improvements on these. This is the last part I'm test printing now, and I'm going to be sending these files over to Steel Warrior Studios for distribution. And then we're going to be getting started on a second mech in this style to join it in the near future. I made a few refinements since you're going to be basically getting the Mark III. I went through 2 versions of it in test printing before I landed on one that I really like the most. That requires you to print the fewest number of parts. Anything is a butt plug if you try hard enough to square. I'll hold my tongue on the Hodorovsky since his Dune also has nothing to do with the actual point. But you know, Frank Herbert, man. Frank Herbert, I don't blame anybody for not really nailing what he was going for, because, I mean, if we're being honest, were we ever expecting anyone to, like, do Frank Herbert right in anything other than literature? What would that even look like? I don't fucking know. That's a weird thought. His work is so complex. And, I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see. This new one is getting ready to happen here pretty soon, or at least the first part of it, and everybody has different opinions on who's acting in it and who's directing in it and how it's going to turn out. We'll see. Think Verhoeven? I think Verhoeven would have read Dune and been like, this guy's a fucking idiot, and then he would have done some, like, subversive version of it. I have not. No, okay, Rodan, I actually looked up The Empty Man, and I had this weird moment when I saw that it was directed by a man named David Pryor. Because I only know the name David Pryor from some, like, really, really shitty, late 80s action movies. And I was like, wait, David Pryor? And it took me a while to realize that was David A. Pryor, and these are just 2 men with the same name. But I am going to be digging into it soon. I have it on my list now. Zack Snyder's Dune. Oh, get the fuck out of here, Roland. What are you trying to even do? He's trying to upset me. Zack Snyder's Dune. Ah, fuck. Gross. But, if I have one closing thought on Malignant, it's that I am suddenly much more interested in whatever it is that James Wan might want to do when he has infinite money and no oversight. Before, I would have said I don't care, he's just gonna do more of those fucking horror movies that he does, but now I am very, very interested. Because if, like, homages to giallo Italian horror movies are what he has in mind for his future, I would like to watch more of that, please. Hey, what's up, O'Coral? How you doing today? Night Shyamalan gonna direct the next Dread movie. Oh god. Need Rob Zombie's Dune. I don't hate Rob Zombie as a director. I think he's actually... I don't like everything that Rob Zombie's done. I think in particular his take on Halloween was like really fucking unnecessary. But I appreciate that he wanted to do it, and I think that he has talent as a director. He just needs to... It's like he needs other inspiration other than that fucking wife of his that he puts in absolutely everything. It might be rude of me to say, I just feel like that particular... The hillbilly horror attitude that he's got, like, I feel like that has to have run its course by now. It's not interesting anymore. We've seen it 1,000 fucking times, and he just keeps trying to do the same thing, like with Lords of Salem and shit, and it's like, he's a talented enough director. I wish he'd do anything else. Taika Waititi's Dune, that would be something. John Carpenter's Dune would be a mess. Don't get me wrong, I love John Carpenter, but I don't know about that. I do not know about that. And Hanadak Mom, I mean, of course Dune is going to do well in the international. Here's the thing. Dune is going to be successful. It doesn't matter if Dune is good at all, because it is one of those gigantic Hollywood productions. It is one of those things with so much money behind it that it's like, it is not permitted to fail. It will not be allowed to fail. There's too much money, there are too many people, there's too much shit tied up in it. The world will like it, and it doesn't matter how many fucking bots they have to pay to convince you of that.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I will,
It's not like
you.
we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Thank you very much, I'll do exactly that. So, you know, critical reviews to Dune, I'm not even gonna bother thinking about, because they're gonna be good. It really doesn't matter how good the movie actually is, the reviews are going to be positive. And who knows, maybe it really is good, I don't know. I don't think I care. Why in God's name do you have a Game Boy link cable still? Pixel Jim. That's odd. Why don't you? Oh ho ho. Well, I guess I walked right into that one, huh? How you doing today, Riot Sister? It's good to see you. Like, that's the thing, WJ. Like, all of the casting does make sense. The casting seems really good. It's just there's so many big name actors. It makes me nervous. I'm laying in some warm tones on top of them, Valfair. You got to give it time. They were never going to stay blue. I went blue in the shadows. I don't want it to be the dominant color. And a very good evening to you as well, Severe. How you doing today, man? We get a shout out for Severe, another very, very talented miniature painter and streamer here on Twitch. No. No. I am not a fast painter, nor am I likely to become one. Even with oils. Hey, Pun Expected, how you doing today, man? Good to see you. And thank you very much for getting that shout-out done there, Riot Sister. Pun Expected, another excellent painter. You should be following here on Twitch if you're not already. Alright, let's start working our way up to white here, seeing where that leaves us. Little white spirits on the side. Nope, that brush still has paint on it. I don't want to use that. There's a freshie. There we go. You should do the job reasonably. Fuck is my mouse? There it is. Been at Gen Con helping out the Parabellum group. How did that go, Severe? It looked like there was a pretty good number of people showing up. Is Josh Brolin playing... He's playing Gurney Halleck? I mean, to be fair, I feel like the bard and poet aspect of Gurney Halleck has been downplayed in virtually every live-action adaptation, except maybe the one on Sci-Fi Channel, where they had him playing his ballast set, or whatever it was that he played. It'll be on HBO Max, as long as IRL doesn't get worse. I have tickets to see it now. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to a theater again. Just at all. Just ever again. I don't see that. And Patrick Stewart was a very fine gurney, but again, that's an example of they just ignored the whole part where he, like, loved his drinking song. Which would have been more amazing to see out of Patrick Stewart. I feel like if anyone could have nailed that part of the character, it would have been him. And we didn't get much of it. It is a bit White Wolf. This is a little bit out of our usual wheelhouse. This is being done for a friend. He gave me this mini some time ago to paint for him, and then I just kind of ignored it for a long time. We're seeing what we can do to it with some oils, just kind of experimenting with new ideas and techniques. As well you should be, because they're fucking terrible, your Falcon. Well, the paints aren't bad. The price of the paints is awful, and the pots that the paints come in, those are terrible. Those I wish on no man. Well, certainly not me, Hethrir. As far as I'm concerned, I got this mini yesterday. Snagged some Gen Con exclusives. What'd you get? Everyone that played was very interested in the game. Always will have grumblers, but those were very rare. I mean, yeah, like, that would have been me. Just being like, yeah, it's good, but, you know, is it perfect? No. I would have said something stupid, like, oh, I used to play, yeah, nothing's ever going to be better than Rune Wars. And then I would have, like, crapped my pants in public. It would have been pretty great, actually, for being honest. Yeah, I heard that they weren't able to, well, because, you know, they're all from Greece. So they were not, the Parabellum guys themselves were not able to make it over for the most part and weren't able to bring a lot of the stuff that they had hoped to have. Which is, you know, that sucks, but it makes sense, given the state of things. I think everyone's probably very understanding of it. Everyone's just waiting for the next big year when things are really open again so we can all go out and have fun and do our conventions and have a grand old time. Oh, some salvage bags and a dice puck. Nice. Very nice, Roland. Yeah, I've been watching Gen Con go on, just being like, man, sure will be nice when I feel comfortable getting out to conventions again. That'll be a hell of a time. Hey, what's up, Puck Duncher? Any color you want, Steiner. Literally anything will do. Personally, I prefer non-exposed missile tips, but, you know, you don't always have that option. I like just missile tubes. me try something real quick. I might skip that first step from this point on and just do the white, honestly. I thought the yellow could make for an interesting transition, but I'm starting to think that just sticking with cool and going right into the white is a better option. I think that looks better than what I did over here. I'll finish doing this wing this way, and if I don't like the look of it, I'll just recode it and redo it. So I wanted to do one wing first to test out what I was thinking, and I think maybe I just went just one color too far. I thought the contrast would be good, but it's just kind of... kind of looks too busy, you know? Yeah, and I'm still trying to break myself out of that pun expected. Yeah, whether they're happening and whether I want to go to them are two different things, though. I am in a few risk groups wherein if the current super popular cool kid virus were to infect me, I would be really quite likely to die. So I get to be a little bit more cautious. Like mostly waiting until real infection numbers are way down. It is. It's happening slowly, pun expected. So much of learning to oil paint for me has been like breaking my muscle memory. Like here, let's just try going right to white on this side and see how we like it. I think we're gonna like this wing better. But just breaking my muscle memory from acrylic painting, not swishing my brush constantly, for instance. Like it just takes practice. I think I might want to use a slightly thicker white than what I've got coming out of my bottle right now. Just borrow Travolta's bubble. Fucking Bubble Boy. He still got infected and died, though. Didn't he? Isn't that how that movie ended? I don't remember. It's been a long time. I'm gonna try using some white just straight out of the tube for this and seeing how it does. Mixing with that blue a little bit because I didn't let it set proper. That's okay though. We are making it up as we go. Faking it until we make it, as they say. Oh. Wow, I had no memory of the ending of that movie, Severe. I remember watching it, like, because it was on TV a lot when I was a kid. Maybe I never watched the ending of it. I can only say one thing for sure. I never cared. Not one goddamn time. I was just like, oh yeah, look, he's in the bubble. Oh, it's sad, he doesn't have any friends and he wants to go to school, oh no. When the fuck does Salute Your Shorts come on? Yeah, I think this will wind up being the method. I'll just have to wait a little bit and then redo the colors on the other wing, but that's okay. Lesson learned. Oh, Roland, that's not the point. Because you don't know you're infected when you're infected, and you won't know for some time. But this is hardly the place for that particular discussion, folks. I like to talk about it, but if it's ever going to turn into an argument, we're not having it here. Yeah, also, one of the great things about masks, in case you guys were unaware of this, ironic, as I scratch my own nose, it'll stop you from touching your goddamn disgusting face with your goddamn disgusting hands and, like, rubbing viral molecules all up into your boogers and your mucous membranes. It does quite a lot to stop you from getting infected in the first place. But more than an infection of the cool kid virus, it seems like what we're currently undergoing in this country is a not quite pandemic so much as a mere epidemic of you can't tell me what to do, which is unfortunate and disappointing. But, you know, we continue to march onward to the future, and we will overcome it eventually. I'll tell you, it's a conversation that becomes trickier to avoid the more time goes on. But, you know, we've got other more interesting things to talk about, I think. Things that don't, like, piss me off, you know? That might not be true, because almost everything pisses me off. Just, it pisses me off in a different way, you know? Well, at first I was thinking cool undertones and then warm on top to contrast. And I'm actually not liking how this started to turn out. I don't think it looks bad, but I think this looks better. Getting the kind of purple to blue undertones all the way out to the tips and sticking to cool colors. The idea being that, see, the model itself is going to be quite warm, so we're going to have some cool colored wings on his back that should really help to set off the rest of his colors. This is Puck Duncher. This is the first and likely to be one of the only Warhammer models that we do here on this stream, and only being done because it is a gift paint job for a good friend. Warhammer, Shock 21. Oh yeah, Hethra, I didn't even, like, I read it, and I became consciously aware of it, and then I just kicked it right out of my brain. Do you have any idea how good I am at pretending that movie doesn't exist? Quite good. I've got a lot of practice. Goddamn, there's a fly in my office. It's gonna drive me crazy. assorted fruit chews, licorice, and gummies. And 30 pounds of it. That's a lot of fucking candy, man. Speaking of which, has anybody watched Candyman, that new one? Is that any good? Everything about it tells me that I probably want to watch it, but I haven't yet. It's out, right? It keeps advertising it to me. I think it's out. This guy's going to wind up getting probably an oil wash after this to pull out some of the deeper parts, too. Probably could have benefited from a little bit more blending on the undertone colors, but I've literally never done a project like this before, particularly not, well, a project like this with oil paints, so we learn a little bit every single time the brush goes down. It's in theaters as far as you're aware. Well, if it's in theaters, then it'll be on streaming in no time. I really, like I was saying earlier, I do not see ever going to theaters again. I don't get anything out of the experience anymore. I did when I was younger. Maybe I'm just angrier now, but I can't fucking stand people in theaters. They drive me insane. People, what a bunch of bastards. You are not wrong. They really, really are. There's some good folk out there, but I gotta wanna be around them. There ain't nobody in that movie theater that I want to be around. Also, I know I've made this complaint before. I used to go to the Alamo draft houses because they were like, you know, we're the movie theater for people that like to watch movies. We'll kick people out if they talk. And I discovered by going there that that's absolute nonsense, and they absolutely will not kick people out. Even when they're blatantly talking to the point of doing it intentionally to piss you off. The manager will stand in front of the theater and stare at them for 5 minutes while they don't talk, and then leave, and then they will resume. And that's how that goes. I used to really like going to Alamo Draft House, but man, they just became, I don't know, too popular. Too much of a meme. There were too many of them. The quality dipped. It's always how it goes, isn't it? Oh my god, this fly. How are there... Oh my god, I hate this. we were getting to the point where there were no more bugs around, where all the moths and all the flies had died off out here, and it's like end of summer they're having this last hurrah, like a bunch of them just showed up again. Because it got hotter, and oh, it's driving me crazy. I cannot wait for proper fall and winter to set in so they will all be dead and leave me alone. More movie makes in the box office, the more inclined they are to make sequel. I mean, yeah, it's you know, it's art as a business, and it's disappointing, but it's also very real, and it's seemingly impossible to avoid. It's the same reason, see, that's just it, right, sister? That's what makes me nervous about the Dune movie. I know it's getting good reviews, but again, it's like, once someone has spent a certain amount of money to make a movie, that movie is no longer allowed to fail, and that means so many things, from the creative decisions that the writer-director is allowed to make, to the types of reviewers that will be permitted to view it, to the types of then reviews that will be permitted to make it to the public before the film releases. Like, these people are not in the business of taking risks. And they have managed to take art, one of the most traditionally risky methods of making money, and turn it into a true business, in which they're not really taking risks at all. And Dune has too much money in it to be risky, and therefore it has so much money in it that I worry it won't actually be very interesting. Good reviews coming out of it don't surprise me, because it might be just very, very palatable to the common viewer, and that won't necessarily make it a good movie. You know what else was really, really palatable to the common viewer? That huge movie with Tom Cruise, Oblivion. A movie whose plot I cannot remember. I watched it. I definitely saw it. I have no memory of what it was about. Aliens, I think. There were a bunch of Tom Cruises in it, like he was a clone, I guess. It was kind of like Moon, but I remember what happened in Moon, so... Well, this wing is coming together. It's not terribly complex, and I think I want to adjust the way that I'm applying the white to it. But I also want there to be less blue. I think maybe a few subsequent applications letting it dry in between, because all the white's pretty blue at this point because it's very transparent. And it can really help sometimes with oil painting in particular to let what you've done set for a bit before you come back to it. I'll push it towards true white for some of these areas. Yeah, it is. It very much is. But it's also very transparent, so when you're laying it down over a dark blue like this, it all turns very light blue quickly. So letting that set for a bit, I think, will help. Also finding it very helpful to note which of the colors I have are more opaque than others. Titanium white not being one of them. For that matter, letting this blue settle in a bit more down here and then pushing the white up towards the top of it, I think is going to help. I definitely like it more than what we started to do over here, though it still needs a little bit of help. You can definitely see the transition of the purples down here up until the blues up here. It just needs a bit of refinement, I think, is all. So I'm going to wind up redoing this one, since I really don't like the warmth. It's not quite doing it for me. The cool colors, they're not very natural, but, I mean, what about this model says that it needs to look natural? He should look otherworldly and unnatural, and I think that given how warm everything else is, these sort of bright white, cool, blue, purple wings are going to really help set off everything else that's going on with him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, WJ. Like, he's Sanguinius. Nothing about him is natural. His fucking wings are not natural. They don't have to look... They can look a little extra angelic, you know? Somewhat. You can see his sword kind of comes up across the wing at one point. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Oh, I'm glad you like it, Hathmir. It's a somewhat experimental piece for me. You know, I'm still very new to doing oils, but I wanted to dig into this guy and try some new things, so I hope you like how it turns out. Gene Slicer, I don't know that that is necessarily true about the production company, which would have been DNA Films and or Legendary. I think fighting for him to get the helmet off. That was a stipulation that was determined very early on in production by Alex Garland and Pete Travis. Urban was very much on board with it. He's very, very famously, he was insistent on that being the case, but as far as I know, he didn't get much pushback on it, either. That is one film production that I am very, very familiar with. Now that said, Karl Urban is a giant fucking dork. And it is absolutely true that he was a huge proponent of the I never take my helmet off necessity. Huh. I had not heard that, Gene Slicer. I've talked to a lot of people who worked on that movie. But, then God only knows. That might have been somebody higher up, not at, like, DNA, but actually at, was it Legendary? Was that a Legendary production? I always remember DNA Films. I can't remember the other production company. Was that the Legendary or Lionsgate? But yeah, it's entirely possible somebody at the production company did try to push for it. But none of the creatives were on board. Everybody who was involved with that movie in a creative capacity was on the same page as far as keeping it on. Yeah, it also, that's true. It could have just been Urban stirring shit about it. Urban's a bit of a wild card, a bit of a bad boy. I know he's a bit of a klepto too. He has apparently just straight up stolen props from like almost every major production he's worked on. Now, to his defense, there are always things that if he asked, people would almost certainly say, yeah, you can have it, and clearly no one's cared about it so far. But according to him, he just likes stealing them without asking. It's not as special if he asks permission, you know? Can't dry brush to save your life. First of all, it's an odd scenario to imagine, isn't it? Imagine being told that you have to dry brush or you will be killed. Imagine being told, dry brush this model or I will end you. Someone should make this movie. I'd watch it. Like Saw, but with miniature painting. Am I right? And what problems are you having with it, Gear Falcon? Well, okay, WJ, Carl Urban doesn't go to nearby stores and rob them. He takes props from productions that he works on. The secret ingredient is crime. What he was doing on his stream the other day, Gear Falcon? What's going wrong with it? Can you analyze what part of it is going wrong? Like, what's the step where you do it and it doesn't look like it should? I don't know. Carl Urban's kind of a badass. That and your hired security might just, like, geek out and fanboy and let him take it. I'm liking the underside of the wing almost more than the top side at this point. We're gonna have to redo the top sides of the wings, but that's okay. Yeah, this is the wing. We're gonna do this again over on the other one, and we're gonna end up doing a little bit more white work, but that's okay. I'm gonna leave this for now, let it set, then come back in and redo my purple and blue, and do the second wing in the style that I've done this one. Give this one a few extra highlights and maybe deepen the blues a little bit with a couple of oil washes or something like that, just to pull out some of that texture. All in all, not bad for such a big piece. I definitely think leaving the heavier blue shadows on the underside helps a lot. Second day of Home Alone. Have you had to build any traps out of micro machines yet, Mafik? Because that is the ideal experience, as I understand it. Alright, let's do some more work on this guy, shall we? Some sienna, some ochre, some umber, maybe working up the cad yellow, we'll see. Kind of on the last of this bottle of sienna. I mixed up a new one yesterday, but I don't want to crack it open until I'm done with this one. Reading a lot of how to do white for Comstar. What was your take when you did yours, and how have you improved? So I haven't done it since then, Toby. But the white I did for my Comstar is, like, embarrassingly simple. I got one of my Comstar archers here. He cracked open and leaked some resin out of his knee. You can see there, because these were some of my first resin prints, and I did not solidify them properly. They were left slightly hollow and uncured on the inside. So we had 2 cracks and 2 leaks, and I'm gonna wind up having to redo my Comstar. But it's okay, because this was such an easy paint job. This was with an airbrush, prime black, do a zenithal of a dark blue-gray from about 45 degrees, and then another zenithal of a lighter blue-gray, very, very slight, from about 80 to 90 degrees up top, and then just dry brushed pure white, being sure to leave some deep shadows, like right here on the top of the cockpit, down here, on the underside of the shoulders. And like, this was the easiest white I have done in a long goddamn time. There's no real reason to overcomplicate it unless you want to get fancy. The trick is having very little actual white on the model, and if you look at this guy, like, there's almost no white. He's almost entirely gray. The only white that you're going to see are, like, edge highlights and a little bit, like, right here on the very front of the chassis. Just the tip. Just the tip, NB Toby. And then I came in with weathering pigments and I just dirtied up his legs. I think that having the right cockpit color, too. I went with orange. That really helps to set it off. Orange or red, you can't go wrong. I mean, you can, but you probably won't. Alright, we started on this leg last time, and I'm going to keep working on it, but I want to deepen my shadows a little bit. Some of these spots. Just finished a special Jade Falcon unit, except decals. I hope we're going to get a look at those. You always do fucking great work, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Shadow there. This is going to turn red, so I'm just going to ignore it for now, but I definitely want some darker colors in here. And we can afford to be a little sloppy, because this oil is real easy to clean up and easy to blend out. You know, up to a point. Hey, Rio, how are you doing today, my friend? Anybody else working on some Battletech stuff today? We know Colonel Matthew Steiner is. Made an amazing grilled cheese. I do love a good grilled cheese, Roland. Grilling a cheese. Oh my god, this fly. This one fly, you motherfucker. If I could communicate to you, if I could let you know the rage that you are brewing inside of a beast many times your size, who when he gets a hold of you, he's just going to annihilate you. There's nothing on me that you can eat. There is no benefit to irritating me. It's just that you're too fucking primitive to understand the madness that you are helping to foment, little fly. Worked on some battle mech basing. How's that going? Does anyone have a good idea how to paint the pillar? My screening dwarf is on. I would have to see it, Manrofasol. Working on mechs, they just happen to not be Battletech. Ooh, what kind of mechs, Puck Duncher? Surviving Mars is a great game. I have thoroughly enjoyed the time that I've spent playing that one myself. Surviving Mars is a great damn game. It's one of those that, like, there are enough game options when you start. You can play a good number of rounds of it and never have any of them be quite the same. You get to learn fun lessons like, hey, sometimes when you put all of your fuel dumps in one place and a meteor hits them, all of your fuel explodes at once. Hooray! It does look impressive, though, when that happens. I have to give it that. They animated it quite well. Machine God with just incoherent screaming at the absolute joy he feels renewing that sub. For the 15th time, Machine God, thank you so much for your patronage, my friend. How are you doing today? How are things? I hope you're having a good one. When can we expect to see you back on the old Streamerama, huh? That's what I'm wondering. Always did enjoy Machine God streams. even when he was playing that Papa Roach game. Tanya the Evil. What's the release schedule look like on Tanya the Evil? Because I feel like I watched the first season of it, and then I just completely forgot about it, waiting for the next chunk of it to come out. It must be out by now, right? I mean, I guess not necessarily. We won't get more Attack on Titan until, like, next winter or some shit, but... The Saga of Tanya the Evil is a great deal of fun. No, that's understandable. Still, we'll absolutely love when you do get back to streaming. But there are, there are worse problems to have in this life than being busy with work, let me tell you. Of course, that depends on a lot of factors, but still, generally. Oh, what you got? What you got, Roland? Hang on. What the fuck? Why do I keep moving my mouse? Someone stop me from doing that next time. Oh, screaming. That makes sense. Lancer campaign win. Just as soon as I figure out all the other shit that I want to try to do right now, Roland. That is something that I would like to try out. Don't get me wrong. But I'm not ready to do it right now. This whole streaming thing for the last couple years has been a lot to get used to, but it keeps my project moving forward. As long as that keeps happening, if things continue to go well with Steel Warrior, with selling 3D files and such, I should be able to have more time to spend on the stream and less time trying to crank out product. But yeah, I would love to try a game of Lancer. Though I confess, on some level, I'm sort of sitting back and waiting for literally anyone else to volunteer to DM it, just because, god damn it, I always wind up DMing. It's my curse in life. Again, I suppose there are worse problems to have. Yeah, I read it, Kursala, and I heard it in my head, and I resent you for it, and I want you to know that. But it's mod approved. Ooh, that abuse of power. Let me pull something up real quick. There we go. No, don't load that. Get out of here. There we go. All right. I'm picking and choosing where I want my heavy shadows to go here. Definitely want a nice bright highlight coming down this leg. Let's focus on the leg for the moment. And then move on to the other body parts. Currently 3D modeling. What you making, Machine God? Oh, that's cool, Mafik. Well, we'll miss you for any time that you gotta be away, but that sounds like a good opportunity. Alright. Now, less blending. So I'm just going to see what I can do with cadmium yellow, working right into what I've already got. Why the hell not, right? Glorious, glorious Hawk Boy. Trying to continue to get into that oil painting mindset. I still think in layers of acrylic, so I'm trying to just, when I think, okay, now I need to do this layer, I'm going to just jump right past it and see what happens. Hey, what's up, Xander Shade? How we doing today? Good to see you. Bit towards the center and out to give a little bit of depth to the overall shape of the foot armor. Right? That makes sense. Let's try blending that. See what happens. Real soft. Kind of interesting, kind of dramatic. There's a little bit more there, a little bit more there. But we're starting to see the metal of the foot come out, I think. Trying to get some time aside to paint more mechs, learn Alpha Strike enough to teach others. Thankfully, Alpha Strike is not too difficult a rule set to get into. And yes, Chewy, we are doing oils tonight. What are you up to tonight, Chewy? I put too much paint up here. Let's just spread it around some. I think this needs a touch to balance it out down in that lower corner, right? It's a bit much on its own, but with a little something to even it out down here. I have not Noob Corpse. I don't pay much attention to the Warhammer releases most of the time. I mean, as you might be able to tell by the fact that I'm painting a many years old Forgeworld model right now. Let's get a little color in on this edge. Down in the corner. Run that out, and then a bit on these little rivets, just so that they match the rest of the armor. I'm going to take a touch of white. This is going to be one of the brightest points on them. Just bring it down. Like that. See if we can't push that shiny contrast a bit. And just very gently blend that in. Very gently. Don't have to do much. Ooh. Ooh, that works, doesn't it? Look at that. That almost looks like metal. How about that? How you doing, Plank Walker? It's all about those occasional bits of real high contrast white that you work in, but man, you gotta be sparing with it. And I'm talking like a little bit of it down here. I think a bit more yellow to balance us out across the thigh. Yeah. And gradually I'm getting better at doing high contrast smooth blends, Plank Walker, but up until now I've been doing, as Matt Yee says, making mud. But I think you gotta make a certain amount of mud before you can make anything else, you know what I mean? I might wind up working some more yellow in there, but for now, I think that thigh is actually coming together pretty damn well. It's almost a bit extreme. Blend it just a little bit more. I want that one real high point, but then the rest of it down into the yellow. Alright, back to the rest of the leg, working in our cadmium yellow. Let's pick out some decent highlights in here. I'm thinking across the curvature of the outside of the ankle. Yes. Probably on the curvature of the ankle ridge here. Little spot on the inside of the ankle. Not much. I just want to kind of sell this round shape here and have it peter out as it goes up and the armor plate changes direction. Pick out that rivet ever so slightly, don't need a lot. just a touch of work on the scale mail here, and I want it to be kind of directional coming forward, so I'm only going to do here. And then try to catch the back of some of these scales, because my imaginary light source is coming from behind him, but also being kind of blocked out by his wings and his tabard and everything, so I don't want to overdo it. Man, those deep shadows help so much, don't they? It's kind of crazy. Some painters make mud, others make baby poop. Oh no! Are there baby painters on Twitch? Is this a thing? Is this like the hot tub stream thing, and I missed it until it was a thing? Oh my god! But I'll tell you what. As far as GW models go, man, Noob Corp's I've got plenty of complaints about Games Workshop and the things that they have chosen to do over the years. I will never even pretend that I can complain about the quality of their models. Games Workshop makes some of the absolute greatest models in the fucking world. More than many models out there, they are made with painters in mind. They are a joy to put paint down on. This out a little bit here. Maybe just a touch more going up the leg. Not much. We're gonna blend that out. But something picking out the details on the knee pad here. He's so very ornate. My god. Just on the one side. Just on the one side, the red Smurf, which is scarcely a Smurf at all, if I'm being honest. The red Smurf, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good one. That detail's going to be tricky again. But that's okay. That is just fine. Xander Shade dropping that prime sub. Xander Shade, thank you so much for your support. I hope you're having fun in the stream today, ladies and gents. Let's pick up a tiny little bit just on the front ridge, just to sell the shape of his leg. Yeah. That ought to do it, right? See, we're starting to... Now, the rest of him is real washed out and obviously very, very brown, but you can start to see the gold vibrancy kind of coming out on this leg as I work on it. The red Smurf, you know, I'm glad. I'm glad people see it as content, because it's really just me keeping myself working, man. But yeah, welcome in. If you ever have any questions, please feel free to let me know. I can't promise I'll have a good answer. I just promise that I'll give you some kind of answer. Most of the time. Sometimes, maybe. I don't know. I'll think about it. Let's go ahead and establish kind of a linear highlight coming down the filigree on his armor. Yeah. Seen the latest Kestrel Lancers trailer. I haven't seen the trailer. I've seen everybody talking about it. They're like adding melee into MechWarrior 5, and I know everybody's excited about it, but you know, I'm a big fucking butthead killjoy. And as I've said about so many other things that everybody seems to be excited about, I can't care. I can't. MechWarrior 5 was such a profound disappointment on release that at this point I've moved on. I spend more time playing Vox Machinae on my Oculus Quest. I hope that it's good, though. You know, just generally speaking, I do hope that people have fun with it. When's the next co-stream with Steela? This is something that we've talked about a little bit, and I do think that's going to happen again, because Steela Rebel is a fucking awesome painter, and she bullied me into doing oil painting for the first time, and I have to become better at oil painting than she is so that we can do a dual stream where I beat her. Where I defeat Steela Rebel once and for all. Like Sanguinius descending upon his enemy with blade drawn, I drive the blade of pettiness deep into the heart of the dragon that is Steela Rebel. She's not here, is she? No, it's too early for her to be here. Yeah, that was my understanding, Pun Expected, is that when you start doing art, you are sort of implicitly competing with every other artist in the world. And I think one of the healthiest mindsets that I took out of this was compare my work to everyone else's constantly and never be satisfied until I am the greatest painter on all of Instagram. I'm mentally healthy as fuck. I am all over this. Nothing I just said made any sense. Good luck beating Wapelius. Wapelius, yeah. Wapelius is a goddamn warlock. Okay? Like, that's not even remotely fair, and he makes it look so easy. Like, you do a competition with Wapelius, and he would win, and it would be infuriating, because he'd be like, oh, it was no problem, I just did this and kind of made it up as I went, and it's no big deal. And you're like, I tried as hard as I could, and it looks like shit. Damn you, Wapelius. Damn you. Yeah, he did a good job on that Man-Roof Assault. Duncan Rhodes, he's an impressive painter. I like that the work that he does is so very, very accessible, like each and every time. Because it's like the mech that Duncan Rhodes did. Can you go out there and find a better paint job on a mech? I mean, yeah, absolutely. It wouldn't even be particularly fucking difficult. But, the paint job that he did is so... It's serviceable, and it's simple. It does everything right, and it doesn't worry too much about doing anything crazy, and I think that's why it works as well as it does. But that kind of describes his whole painting style, though, is achievable, and I have immense respect for that, because, like him, I like doing higher-level paint jobs from time to time to push myself, but that's not my usual. The spending this much time on a figure like I'm doing with Sanguinius, this is not my usual method of painting. My usual method of painting, and the heart of why I paint, is I like playing war games. I need a bunch of game pieces. I'd like them to not look like shit. So, quick, dirty, and easy is my ideal. This year when I started oil painting, and some of you have been here with me for this part of the journey, I got a little lost in wanting to do better and do high-level paint jobs, and it drew me away from my true love of finishing armies and finishing projects, so I've been trying to dial that back and focus those efforts sort of one at a time on individual figures. No, we will be starting at the usual time, Kursala. I need all the time I can get. I want to try and get this leg at least mostly done by the end of the stream, since I had to start late. Say mostly done, it's not going to be done by any stretch of the imagination. One leg ain't bad, though. One leg is a good start, because I'm probably going to be painting this guy for a little while.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
And just to tack onto that,
As Crackling Thunder Spunk. Yeehaw!
say something good about MechWarrior 5 that isn't a snide, they're finally adding melee remark. It has some excellent voice actors in it. It has at least one excellent voice actor that I can think of. That is really kind of the best thing I can do right now. Let me try. I can do better than that. I have to be able to do better than that. Yeah, because that's a bullshit answer. Even I know that's a bullshit answer. I can't say the mech... I said it has a good voice actor in it, Kursala. You will note that I did not say it has good voice acting in it. I thought about that before I said it. Because it has Elias Tufexis delivering the most bored, disinterested performance he's ever done. It's like, oh, whatever. Your check cleared. What do you want me to read? What is this bullshit? You don't have to take a picture of me. I don't have to shave for this job, do I? No, he didn't. I would like to compliment the mech bay, but it's poorly implemented and you can't do anything in it. I would like to compliment the adaptive damage system, but it just looks like your mech is covered in chocolate chips every single time it comes back from battle. I can't compliment the designs because you guys already know I hate the MechWarrior Online designs for the most part. The story's terrible. Most of the voice acting is garbage. Fuck, this is hard. That's not a compliment, though, Project Dark Fox. Like, the game is great if you fundamentally change many of the core systems. That doesn't count as a compliment. So, you know what? I'm sorry. It's a cop-out, but it has some good voice actors in it. It has a good voice actor in it. There you go. I hope that was worth every point, baby. Because that's what you're getting. Decided to buckle down, hit your pile of shame hard this week, maybe next. Justify buying 4 boxes of the Krieg Veteran Squad. Hell yeah, man, get to it. You got it. You got this. You got it, Noob Corpse. You know what? Even if you don't pull it off, I say you buy it anyway. Just, you know, take it easy on yourself. There's no reason to rip on ourselves too bad. Give yourself a little present every now and then, you know? It has lasers! But that's like complimenting it by saying it has mechs in it, which, God, I would hope so. I realize that we're working on this figure very slowly, but I am just trying to get it right and kind of trying to push what I've learned about oil painting and non-metallic metals kind of as far as it'll go on this figure, since it is, you know, a gift for a friend and a unique figure that I've liked for years but never gotten around to painting. I think this gold could be richer if I was willing to do some crazy things like mix indigo into the shadows, but I'm keeping it kind of simple. Kind of simple. Come in and do a touch of blending. I've been doing Arby's that had no roast beef, so anything could happen. Oh, God, I hate everything about this story. Amateur Paint Hour, I don't hate all the MWO designs. In fact, some of them I actually quite like. I think a few of them were real upgrades. I think the MWO Archer looks really good. I think the MechWarrior Online Locust looks really good. There's a handful that I think look really quite good. Yeah, pun expected. That's going to be the next step. Like I said, I'm skipping a lot of my layers. So I'm going right to CAD Yellow, and then from CAD Yellow I'm going right to white, but I'm being very sparing with it. The only white we have so far is right up here on the thigh, and I think it really punches it up. But I want it sparing, you know? could do a little bit more there. Can you see the fly? Look, the fly. He's right. Oh, he left. He was on my... Oh, you motherfucker. I hate you so much. This is my life, apparently. Yeah, the Dervish looks pretty good. The Kintaro, yeah, that's enough. See, that's the thing. A lot of the MechWarrior Online designs look good, not because they're actual good designs, but because the designs that they're replacing sucked so badly, it's kind of amazing. Like, they just looked fucking awful. So saying that it looks better than that is not really a compliment? Some of them genuinely look good, a lot of them look bad. The biggest problem, Amateur Paint Hour, that I have with the MechWarrior Online designs is entirely a personal aesthetic preference one. And that is that the MechWarrior Online design theory is make them all more like rectangles that happen to walk. And I don't like that design. I don't like that design of mechs. Oh, Red Smurf, you want to talk about robot jocks? You want to have a conversation about robot jocks, my friend? Because we can do that. We can have that conversation. I have in fact seen robot jocks. Once or, once or twice.
Yeah! Won't wake your mind until you're dead.
I fucking love robot jocks. And I challenge the notion that it's so bad. Well, okay, Robot Jocks 2, what was it called? Robot Wars? There's like Robot Wars and Crash and Burn. Forget those. Those were terrible. Those were like unwatchably bad. Robot Jocks is not, in my opinion, though, a bad movie. Robot Jocks is a B movie. And in the context of being a B movie, it's really pretty good. It puts more effort into world building and writing than many comparable B films. You cannot compare it to major films, because that is not the field upon which it was ever competing. That's not fair to anyone involved, in my opinion. I love Robot Jocks. I have seen Robot Jocks more times than I can comfortably admit. And yeah, I definitely have the buttons, baby. Alright, I'm going to come in, I'm going to drop some pips of white, I'm going to blend them in, I'm going to take a short bio break, I'm going to walk my dog because she needs it, and then we're going to come back and we're going to do the storm report. We'll probably have a slightly longer delay than usual because, again, I am completely alone in the house right now and having to do all the animal chores and everything myself, which is a little bit unusual. You see, that little bit of white helps a lot, doesn't it? Just to push that heavy contrast up into something that kind of looks like metal. A little bit of white goes a long way. And that might not even need much blending. That's actually looking pretty good how it is. Ooh, I'm starting to like the look of this. As I have said before, every paint job looks kinda like shit for a little while. It's important that you be able to a degree, see your final product in your head as you work towards it so that you can get through the initial stages and cross over the threshold. That being the point at which you can really start to see your paint job appearing on the model itself and not just in your mind. I like the updated catapults. You're talking about the CGL ones, Xandershade? Because, yeah, those look good. Though I will say, Machine God, who's been hanging out in chat today, he has a Patreon for some 3D printable mechs. I fucking love his catapult. His catapult is top notch. Oh, you got the K2? Nice. Yeah, and we're gonna have a longer than usual storm report, which will be an interesting time. Alright, let me get this done so I can go do the dog so that we can come back and have our storm report and see what y'all have been posting. I know, this must have been a fascinating stream. Relatively short because we got started late, and you've gotten to watch me work on a single leg of a single model. But you know what? It's worth it. To me, anyway. Plus some wings. You're not wrong. There were also some wings. Now I realize this is like, you can go a million places on Twitch and find people doing more competent non-metallic metal than I'm doing right here. But, as I have said before, really the only person you should compare your work to is yourself from yesterday. If that's the person you want to do better than, that is what you should be trying for. And you know what? I'm pretty happy with how this metal looks on this leg. It ain't perfect, but it's some of the best metal work I think I've done. It's really starting to come together. You can really start to kind of see how the light plays across it. And if I can do the rest of this figure up to the standard that I have done this leg so far, I will feel pretty goddamn good about it. You know, that's what matters, Hathrir. Is that you're happy about it, man. And the last time I saw Robot Jacks, it was rented from a Blockbuster. Oh my god. What was that, like 1953? How old are you, for God wrong? Holy shit. I mean, I get that you have to, like, get old up to a point, but that's ridiculous. I do miss going to video stores to some degree. I don't think I actually miss going to video stores. I think I am nostalgic for some of the good times I had, you know, picking out random movies to watch, genuinely having no idea what they were going to be about, except what the box told you. What are you in my face for? Fly! There is a whole room! There's a whole room full of shit! What an asshole. And then this drop in the middle is going to be getting done up in red. so slightly, not too much, just gently. I'm learning more when I'm blending with oils. All I'm really doing is, like, you can do broad blending where you take one color and merge it into another one over a big area, but working with minis in particular, so often what you're doing is just taking the edge of a highlight and just knocking the hard edge off of it, and really not doing much else. Leaving everything else kind of how it was. Just knocking that edge off. You want to be very careful about it. I don't want to overdo the white here. I think 1 or 2 more dots and I'll be done. He's your smallest fan.
Put me on the stream. I'm ready for my close-up.
I'll give you a fucking close-up, you son of a bitch. Alright. So I'm thinking I'm honestly nearly done with this leg. I could carry it forward more, but I have a whole mini to do, and if I can get everything up to this standard of NMM, I think that I can come back in and do any detailing that I want. But okay, so here we have, this is, you know, the brown here. This is just burnt umber that has been left to set and then mostly sponged off, leaving it in the deepest recesses. And then over here on this leg, we have that same base, but we've come back in, we've deepened the shadows a little bit with burnt sienna and burnt umber. We've laid in broad areas of yellow ochre, and then we've come back in with cadmium yellow to do slightly more stark contrasting highlights, and then we've just hit it with the tiniest little bits of white. And this is some of the better looking non-metallic metal I've done, honestly. Get out of here. Get out of here, fly. The fuck? What are you doing? Get off my microphone. It's more expensive than you are. Son of a bitch. Colonel Matthew Steiner, thank you so much for being here, man. But you know, opinions are welcome. Is there anything on here that I've missed? Oh, I should probably do the back of the leg. I'm not going to worry about that for right now. But you know, what do you guys think? You think it looks good? I missed something? Is my head completely jammed up my ass? It is a little bit, but not completely. Most of the time. That's a bad bet to square. It's a bad bet. Yeah, pun expected. That's the next step that I'm not sure if I'll do, is coming in and working in some contrasting blues and violets to be reflections off of the surrounding environment. I'm thinking, as far as just artistic choices go, I'm going to veer away from that. I'm going to be satisfied with the technique, and then as I move forward onto further models, I'll start working in more complex color combinations. One step at a time. And you gotta walk before you can run. That's where I'm at with it at this particular moment. Keeping it a little bit more comic booky, you know? Alright. I'm going to take a short break, folks. I'm going to take my dog for a little bit of a walk. I'm going to get myself something to drink, do a quick bio break. I will be back before you know it, and as soon as I get back, we're going to be rolling right into the Storm Report to see the amazing submissions that y'all have been dropping on us since Tuesday. Take a look at some of that art, probably a few pieces of food, and hopefully no, like, gummy bear fucking tacos or whatever the hell was happening earlier this year. That was a bad time. Not usually comfortable with reflections on metals. It's definitely an advanced technique, pun expected, and I see it. I see people do it. I watch Wapelius do it. I love the look of it. I want to get to the point with non-metallic metal where I can do it without thinking about it. Just the highlights and the volumetric lighting. And once I'm at that point, I'm going to start mingling in more complex colors. Alright, I will see you fine folks in just a second. In the meantime, hang out with my Neptune. He needs friends too. Pardon my absence, ladies and gents. All is well, all the kitties and the puppy are tended to, and only a few things left to do for the night. I'm gonna have to get into the swing of things, a new schedule for the next week. But at the end of it, Hethrair is going to be showing up, and we are going to try to record probably a skirmish game of Warcaster at a minimum, I think is what we're thinking. We're going to try to record a game, try to put together a battle report, try to get something up on YouTube. I don't know if we'll try streaming it. Still kind of undecided. Got about a week. About a week to work on that. But we're going to be doing something, and it should be... I did! Oh my god! Daswinian, thank you so much for the follow. Maybe Daswinian is following the 3D printer, though, and not me at all. I suppose that's entirely possible. Either way, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. You already do, Hethrair. Though at that point, I'll just be glad to see another human being. It won't even matter. And then, we're gonna go see Sabaton, and I'm fucking excited for that, man. I'm real excited for that. You know, I'm sure you've noticed by now while I talk about my animals, and Gwyn, you've seen Gwyn a couple of times here on stream. I don't know, I'm not big on shoving my animals into the camera for the most part. I'll post some pictures though. Alright. Let me go ahead and get Discord pulled up here, and let's get started seeing what y'all have been posting to the Storm Report. It does look like a long one tonight, so let's get going.
All right, locusts and gentlemen.
I did that like it was going to transition. I forgot. I forgot that Riot Sister talks first.
Thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to
the timing's
you
off.
by viewers like you.
There we go. There we go. There's our transition. Let me get my oil paint palette and let me put my lid on it. It's the best edition I've made, so I don't slap my elbow down into it. Put that over on my wet palette. And paints are out of the way. I am really liking this non-metallic metal effect. I think it has a ways to go, but it's the best one I've done so far. Keep working on this. Hopefully have it done by the time Hethrair gets here, even. That would be nice. Speaking of nice, we're starting off with Rio, Haas, and Pfeffer today. Oh god, excuse me. Week of Chaotic. Oh no. Day 2. PGI tries to win the streamer's favor with predictable results. He grows animal ears? Those results are predictable? What happened to Chaotic? Is this like this is like the Gremlins 2 situation where he just like found a vial labeled dog in a mysterious laboratory and chugged it down? A vial that Christopher Lee left there? What? It's no Hans Hand Goat. You've got that right, WJ. I mean, you know, the look on his face certainly makes sense. How dare they? How dare they even try? Is it about bolt-ons? Vergaderung, I think that you're maybe reading more into this metaphor than is truly there. Pretty sure it's a cat vial from the toy. Ah, I see. Oh, they're waving a toy in front of him to try to distract him, and he is unmoved by this. I think I get it. I think I get it. This is pretty deep stuff. It's pretty deep stuff. Don't get Chaotic wet or feed him after midnight. Yeah, you have a bunch of like little asshole Chaotics popping out of his back. You know, bloop, 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 bloop. First of all, it's one of the grossest things in those movies when Gizmo gets wet and more Mogwai start popping out. Is it ever explained why all of the Mogwai that aren't Gizmo are complete fucking assholes? Was that explained and I just missed it, or is it never explained? Because I feel like it's never explained. Coming down. Project Dark Fox. Bullshit. Oh, this is where the ears went. Oh my god, no. Okay. I'm not liking this story. I'm not. Where Project Dark Fox loses his ears and they wind up stapled onto Chaotic. I don't like the connection between these two. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Here we have from Noob Corpse. Ooh, boy, oh boy, oh boy. What are we working on today? Looks like an interesting piece of custom work. Fan theory from when I was a kid is that water Mogwai are evil, natural Mogwai are good. How do Mogwai reproduce in a way that doesn't involve water? You know what? I shouldn't ask that question. I obviously shouldn't ask that question because that question could be answered with a simple search on Rule 34. Silly me.
Welcome, everyone,
nothing in Gremlins makes
to
any sense.
Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me, for the love of God. And don't show me any Mogwai genitals, either. It's weird that we have to go over this. I'm liking this conversion. So, this is the chest piece from... what do they call this? Skitarii Vanguard, I want to say? Well, I guess the Vanguard and the Rangers have the same chest piece. Don't think too much about it, Vergaderung. Just let's not get too deep into the Gremlins lore because that doesn't make any sense. And then we get to Gremlins 2, and Gremlins 2 is like a Joe Dante meta comedy, and it doesn't make any sense at all. There was apparently a treatment for a Gremlins 3 that was going to be like Gremlins in Washington. I still want to see that movie. I would watch a Gremlins 3 where there is a shot of like the halls of Congress, but they're all gremlins, you know, and they're just like dressed like people and yelling and throwing stuff at each other, and they're like, man, this would actually be pretty good, wouldn't it? Damn, that's a good idea. Anyway, yeah, let's focus on the models, why don't we? At some point, it'll be my company commander. He's looking a little long in the tooth. Where did this skull head come from? And it looks like we got some green stuff work going on here. Building your own cloak, your own hood. We have like a little tabard, some armor down here. He is one rough-looking guy. Like, he has been through it. I dig it, though. Nice work with the chainsword and the las pistol here. Isn't that just real? That's the joke pixel, Jen. And then what you do is you have the Gremlins take Washington, right? And they get into Congress, and then they take the White House. and everything goes crazy. And you know how the movie resolves? Is someone introduces the gremlins to smartphones, someone hands a smartphone to a gremlin, you know, and the gremlin gets onto Twitter, and he starts trolling people, and then all the other gremlins are like, whoa, what are you doing? This is amazing. And then the resolution of the movie isn't kill all the gremlins. There's just like this scene where they look into a big room. Like, you know, you have the characters standing around talking, and they're like, oh man, thank God we resolved this gremlin situation. Wow, you really thought of the right solution at the last possible second. But how long can this piece last? And they look through a window, and then there's a big room with just a bunch of like cubicles, and in the cubicles are all the gremlins on their smartphones, just doing this with their thumbs, just completely absorbed in trolling people on Twitter. Like, that's the pinnacle of their existence. And that's your teaser for like Gremlins 4. I would watch this movie. This came from the GW Sculpt. Oh, okay. I've got that box actually right over here. It never occurred to me to use them for actual heads. This is some nice, really, really nice conversion work on this guy. And then we have a sergeant following him up. Nice, smooth, easy green on that. How long have you been painting, Noob Corpse? I really like your conversion work on this, and really good job with the green stuff. I've never been particularly good with it myself. I would love to see this figure more as you continue to do more paint work on him, because obviously we've got a few pieces where it's starting to come together, and then some others where I think a little bit more shading and highlighting is going to come into play. About 3 months or so, but mostly nice. Mostly D&D minis. Okay, I got you. Well, welcome to the hobby. I mean, this is a massive, like, dauntingly massive hobby, Noob Corpse. But I don't want you to get overwhelmed by any of it, because it's also a very, very small hobby, if you will. But we are absolutely happy to help you here, and we're happy to have you posting your stuff. This is, if you've been doing this for 3 months, you're already doing more with green stuff than I did in years of working in this hobby. So keep up the fucking effort. I love the initiative. I love the imagination. I cannot wait to see what you have in mind for the final paint job. You thought it was bots, but they're actually gremlins. Exactly right, sister, right? You have people like, oh, Russian bots are doing the thing again, and then we go over and there's like a gremlin, and he's going, as he, you know, is like spreading anti-vax bullshit or something. You zoom into the gremlin, and he's like, oh, you can tell that the Earth is flat because if you look at the horizon, it's obviously flat. I want this movie now. This is a great idea. Honestly, thinking about painting his hands a metallic. I'm not digging the flesh tone. Noob Corpse, have you been introduced to the wonderful world of washes yet? Because if I was working on this model, it looks like you put down a basic flesh tone. First of all, my advice, come in here, start your flesh tone with something more like what you've got on the cloak here, like a deep, ruddy, reddish brown, just all over. Get that down into the crevices, and then take this flesh tone that you're using and brush it, but only on the outside surfaces of the fingers. Don't get it down in between, and don't do the whole finger. Just do like the parts of the finger that are facing upward, you know? Get like the top of the thumb. And then, if you have a brown wash, some type of reddish brown wash that over it to kind of blend the two colors together, and I think you'll like where that takes you. That's the first step towards getting some good contrast and some proper highlights. There are a lot of techniques that you can learn to make painting very, very easy, Noob Corpse, and I would be happy to suggest just as many as I can. Please keep posting your work, though, and ask questions in some of the channels on the Discord. We have a lot of very, very talented painters, and most of us paint game figures. Most of us aren't doing, like, you know, painting the Sistine Chapel on a Space Marine shield or anything crazy like that. Most of us are just trying to get pieces on the tabletop that look good enough to play with, so we can definitely get you there. And yet, you want to get some washes. If you don't have washes already, you want to have some washes. They are a vital tool in the toolbox. But let's see what we have up next from Xander Shade. Poor Hunchy suffered limb loss in the post-print process. Good news is the helping hands are capable of contorting to the pose needed. I do love helping hands. Now I need to print the other Polygon Masterworks X Mazer collab Brokeback. I saw that model. I'll have my favorite mediums back in action. The old helping hands serving as a mech bay. I love it. I like that idea, Noob Corpse. Yeah, he looks very, like, cobbled together. There's a lot that you can do with that, I think, to make it work. But yeah, if I can suggest any things for you to work on from what I saw, you don't seem to have any problems with laying down a reasonably smooth and opaque base coat, which is where a lot of people struggle at first. But you want to learn about shading, highlighting, washing. These are 3 phrases that I think you should dig into to continue your painting journey. These are real basic techniques. They're really easy to pick up. Once you teach your brain to kind of see where you want the colors to go and see where you want the light to go. Something I would remember, Noob Corpse, when you're painting is you don't want to paint things realistically. You have to consider the scale that you're painting at. And the best advice I can give for trying to make things look good on the tabletop is to apply the average viewing distance rule. Yeah, we'll get him into dry brushing for Gadarung. You'll love dry brushing, Noob Corpse. You'll once you get some of the other basics down, dry brushing is going to be a godsend. Hold your model at arm's length periodically. Because when you're up in close, you want to do like tiny details, and you think like, oh, well, that shade, that really subtle shadow looks really good, or oh, that's good enough. You want really, really high contrast. You want to do things that don't necessarily look all that good when your model's up in your face. So take your model and hold it out at arm's length, because that's the distance that you will generally see the model from when you're playing with it. That's the distance you want it to look good at. So that's the distance you should paint for. High contrast. Lots of playing with temperatures, too. We'll get you there. Noob Corpse, if you stick around and you keep sharing your work, I'm not gonna promise. I'm not gonna promise that you'll improve, because the second that I do that, something's gonna go wrong. But we've had a lot of people come in here after painting some of their first figures, and got them there. Is chat frozen on the? Why is that? That's weird. It appears to be. Hang on. I just reset it. Hopefully that fixes it. Not sure. That has literally never happened before. That's weird. Somebody put something in chat. See if it pops up. I gotta quit twanging these wings with my hand. Hey! There we go. That's a problem we've literally never had before. Awesome! New problems? This is exciting. The stream is moving forward. Alright, let's keep going. Nice work on that glue job, and yeah, some helping hands with some little rubber nubs are... This is an incredibly helpful tool. It really is, particularly for 3D printing when you have some really, really fine parts that need to be glued together. Nice print job, Xander Shade. Here we have from Rodan, bit of a break from what I've been painting up lately. To paint up MCP Carnage, and I might do some gloss on some of the black after I matte varnish to make the black not so dull, but I don't know. I don't like it. I don't want to say don't do gloss, because this is a matter of personal taste. I don't like gloss on minis. Just period. I don't like gloss. I know it seems like a good answer a lot of the time. For doing things like, well, I want to paint a stormtrooper, and stormtroopers have shiny armor, so I do the gloss, and then it's shiny, and it's like a natural highlight. It introduces scale problems. It never looks right to me. Only on the claws, I feel like you could just do more with highlighting on it. Now, that said, this red is fucking perfect for Carnage. Like, the tone of this red is just right. It's kind of a meaty, visceral, livid red. And the highlighting is very, very subtle, but the primary red is really, really vibrant. This looks excellent. I actually kind of like okay, what I would do first is I think you can go with a deeper black shadow on almost all of the black parts. Like, instead of focusing on the highlights, I think if you focus on deepening your shadows and then introducing more of a neutral gray tone to the big broad parts, you will already have a better look than what you've got. But the overall red is wonderful, and I love the work you've done on the basing. I like how there's some little blue and green tones mixed in there, and then the kind of like street markings that you put on. We got like an arrow and like the start of a crosswalk here. That's looking really nice. A little bit of magenta for the highlights. Ooh, yeah. No, that worked really well. You gonna get messed up, Red. Yeah, there you go. Really, really nice work, Rodan. It's good to see he's doing some Marvel stuff, too. The MCP figures are so dynamic. You do a great job on the DC Night Models figures, but the... Oh, we're not doing that again, Machine God. The MCP figures have this amazing dynamism to them. Is that the right word? Dynamism? Dynamicism? Movement. Flow. Active nature to them. I really look forward to seeing if you're going to do some more of those. Rodan, thank you so much for sharing. And Rodan, by the way, has his own art channel on the Discord if you want to check out some more of his DC and apparently sometimes Marvel work, as well as some of his really excellent work on Lord of the Rings figures. Bella, how you doing today? Here's to you. Bella knocked. What time is it there? What is up with all you people living on the other side of the planet, stopping into my stream? You always like showing up like right when you wake up and shit. It's crazy. 3 in the afternoon. Oh my god. That's terrible. I never have any idea what time it is over there. Here we have from Wombat Combat. This is the first of many prizes for this month's 24-hour charity stream in support of the Alzheimer's Association in memory of my grandma. Oh shit. Well, thank you for sharing this with us, Wombat Combat. Let's have a look at the Merc with the Mouth print, shall we? That is a good print. That's nice and crisp. I like that. Thank you so much for dropping that. Shout out for Bella Noct, an incredibly, incredibly talented author and 3D sculptor. Still hoping, got my fingers crossed that she'll be able to justify the upgrade to her rig so that she'll actually be able to stream some of her amazing 3D work that she does in ZBrush. Has a whole series of really, really cool 3D printable kind of dark fantasy figures. Just did a Kickstarter. Oh man, such cool stuff. Just the worst. Just the worst. Well, you can fucking deal with the fact that this stream just became about you for like 30 seconds. Tell you where you can shove it. All the praise and compliments. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Really? Oh shit. Really nice print on this, by the way.
Here at Thunderhead
Wombat
Studio,
Combat.
we
This came out
specialize
well.
in turning your shame into more shame.
And more and more and more. I've seen this print a few times, and I've seen it come out with some of the details, particularly the wrinkles that you have in the fabric, not coming out so well. What printer are you running, by the way, Wombat? I feel like I asked in the past, but I'm not totally sure, and I know a number of people have gotten their hands on the Mars 3 recently. I'm waiting for that one to hit retail. Either way, looking forward to that charity stream, dude, and I hope that it does well. Here we have from Walter's Workshop. Since there was a mention of Wasteland Weekend, I figure I'd share my Mad Max outfit. This was a freelance acting gig I got to promote the Mad Max video game back in 2015, and yeah, no going bald again anytime in the near future. Wow. Wow. That's a Mars 2. Oh, okay. Well, that was my upgrade, and it's a wonderful, wonderful machine. That doesn't look like him at all. That's... Wow. It is amazing. Holy shit, that's... I guess I'm not used to seeing him without a lot more hair on his head in general. It's definitely the same kind of stupid look on his face that Walter always has. I can't deny that. Nice outfit, though. I dig the chains. I like how you have what appears to be a codpiece, but it's on your chest. That's a nice touch. That's a bold touch. Oh, and then we're rocking the classic, like, paintball mask thing going on here. We got some arm guards. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm gonna have to ask some questions about this. This is a story that I haven't heard, and I'm very interested. I like how there's a war boy back here with just sort of a wry look on his face, like, just photobombing. Walter, whose name is not Walter, you live such a charmed life. By the way, guys, if you're not following Walter's Workshop, holy crap, there's a streamer you really need to have a follow on. Fantastic painting streams. Also works on Conquest, which is a pretty badass fantasy game you're going to be seeing here Tuesday and Thursday. Hair and makeup make it, yeah, they do. It's just always a little surprising. You think you know what someone's face looks like, and then you realize that a lot of what you think their face looks like is facial hair. Yeah, he's doing less at Gen Con than he initially planned to do, because, again, Conquest, the main guys from Greece were not able to come over. So he was originally going to be doing a lot of stuff at the Gen Con Conquest booth, and I think he dialed that back significantly since it wasn't going to be as represented as it originally was supposed to be. Though I'll tell you guys, I'm really, really hoping that next year things have eased up enough, because I'd like to be at all the conventions next year. If I can help it, and I'm going to start planning right now, because I think we'll probably be at a point where I can manage that. I would like to hit Gen Con, I'd like to hit Adepticon, I'd like to go to Dragon Con, for that matter. About the only con I don't really want to go to is like San Diego Comic-Con. So we're going to have to make this happen. Fuck, should go to TwitchCon. Here we have from Pixel Gent, my mini factory featured my bust in a painting inspiration email that was actually pretty neat. It's a fucking great job you did on this, though, Pixel Gent. God. Really, really, and this is the kind of non-metallic metal I look at and I see, and I remind myself so much of the quality of a good NMM job is in the shadows. It is in those sharp contrasts and the deep shadows. Look at those fucking gold rings on that beard. And I know I've said it before, and we got a bigger look at this right here on the stream, Pixel Gent, but it's for this one in particular, it's so much the skin tone that you did. It's all warm, but it still has a good amount of contrast. You did that sort of ruddy flush to the forehead and the nose that just, for being relatively cartoonish, the sculpt feels alive, it feels vibrant, it feels real, it feels like it continues past the edge of the bust. It is a complete character. This is amazing work, Pixel Gen. Just fantastic, and congratulations on getting that shared. Oh boy, we've been playing Jackbox, apparently. Neither of these were mine. The title of Kursala's great American novel. Why aren't there more movies about farts? To be fair, there are some movies explicitly about farts, but we won't go into that. Tanks, an Orion, and Honks, the Kursala story. Yeah, no, I think this has got to be my winner right there. That just seems like the most accurate. Oh, you don't believe in miracles? Then explain how I got married. The stuff. Oh. Well, but. Hey. You make fun, but we do a storm report every fucking stream. Have we ever missed one? Have we had a stream where we genuinely didn't do a storm report? Which one was it, Kursala? I'm thinking, I feel like there was one. Maybe two. But it was like announced, and I was like, we're not going to do one this time. And then maybe a couple in the very beginning before we really got off the ground. The one with Stila. Okay, yep. But again, we announced that we weren't going to do one that time. Right, Pixel Gen? It makes me think that I should just this should just be the stream from now on. Like, Thunderhead reviews your fucking art for like 2 hours, and that's the whole fucking thing. Okay, alright. I don't count that one, White Wolf. If the stream ends outside of my ability to stop it, I give myself a pass on that one. Here we have from Gear Falcon, had a Gundam kit sitting around for about a year. My Tall Geese from Endless Waltz. That can't be the Tall Geese from Endless. The Tall Geese from Endless Waltz look crazy, though. The Tall Geese from Endless Waltz was like the Tall Geese 3, wasn't it? It had the crazy little prong on its forehead. Yeah. This is Tall Geese 1. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. I fucking love Tall Geese 1. If I haven't, like, gushed endlessly. That's the Tall Geese 2 you're thinking of. Hold on. No. Okay, so there's the Tall Geese 1, which is this one. Tall Geese 2 is in the show. It's painted blue, and it's the one that Trey's Kush Renata pilots. And then in Endless Waltz, there's the Tallgeese 3. Yeah. Maybe I am thinking of the Tallgeese 2 with the little prong on. I thought they both had the little prong on their head. Like, look, there are a lot of topics that I will yield to other people on, but the details of the Tallgeese. The Tallgeese one wasn't in Endless Waltz, Rio. But then I have to acknowledge that I do not understand at all the naming or release conventions of all of these plastic kits, and it's entirely possible that this is like the Endless Waltz edition of the Tallgeese one. And I'm just completely wrong. But it is the Tallgeese one. And it's fucking gorgeous. I don't know if I have gone on enough. See, that's just it. That's just it, Rio. It's probably a box for the Tallgeese one that just says Endless Waltz on it, whether it makes any fucking sense or not. If I haven't gone on recently about Tallgeese, this is... I think I've decided and committed to. This is my favorite mecha ever. It's so good. It's such a good design. Just look at this fucking thing. It's gorgeous. It is a gorgeous machine. The barrel moves too on the Dober gun. Like, you can move it around. It looks like it has the articulated arms for the shield in the Dober, which is pretty awesome. Very cool. Very cool, and thank you for sharing. The Leo is like directly beneath the Tallgeese, but White Wolf, like, you know the relationship between the Tallgeese and the Leo. So when I say I love the Tallgeese, I'm saying that I love the Leo. I'm saying that I love the Leo. You cannot separate the two. It's got a spring inside. Oh shit, the barrel slides back when you cock the dope. No shit. That's pretty neat, actually. I like that. The version Ka edition of the regular Gundam wings were the Gundams in Endless Waltz before their upgrades, I think. Yeah, after finding out more about that version of them, I'm not really that big a fan of those designs. I like the older ones. I like the older ones. Don't know a thing about wing. Really, White Wolf? The Tallgeese is literally the machine. So the way it goes in the story is that they built the Tallgeese as the prototype for the Leo, and the Tallgeese was such a machine. It was so fucking powerful. It was just wildly overpowered. The engines in it, the speed that it could move at, the strength that it had was extreme to the point that it killed several of its test pilots. Like, it was really difficult to pilot it in such a way that it didn't just liquefy the person inside. And they took one look at it and they were like, take most of those features off, make it significantly lighter, make it cheaper to produce, and we'll consider it. So they downgraded the Tallgeese hugely into the Leo, and then they mass-produced that one. I'm sorry, let's see, my first face on a Mini? I know it's not very... No, Wheezy. Buddy. We don't do that here. We don't talk shit about our own work. Here's the thing. I'm not saying lie to yourself. I'm not gonna be like, it's the greatest face ever, no, you're wrong. I'm just gonna tell you this. The world is a harsh, mean bitch. Okay? The world is a motherfucker. And the world will tear you down more than you can handle over the course of your life. I'm sure by now you've experienced some amount of that. Everything about the world will do everything that it can to tear you down, and you don't have to help it. You, sir, you can afford to be your own cheerleader, and you can afford to like what you do because you did it. So let's not do that. Be your own cheerleader. Because the only person you should be trying to do better than is you from yesterday. And just as you said, this is your first face on a Mini, so I'm going to go ahead and say that one painted face is better than 0 painted faces. Love some tips or ideas so I can make Luke and Leia look a bit less freaky. Also thinking of adding liquid frost to the base. I actually kind of like the base as it is. It looks like cold metal. I'd be interested in what in particular you're looking to add to it. I'm loving the shading that we have on our Hoth outfit down here. I think that if you really wanted to add some more shadows, particularly to this coat, it would look pretty good. the face looks very cold and not in a temperature sense. And this is the thing too, Gear Falcon, you're absolutely right. Faces are difficult to do one way or the other, so give yourself time to practice. A big key to doing faces is picking out the parts that we recognize with pattern recognition. You've already got a good eye for that. It looks like the forehead, the tip of the nose. You can afford to let a shadow come in on the bridge of the nose up toward the top. The cheeks, you want a little bit down here along the chin. You don't need to pick it up quite so much back here, and then the tip of the chin and the upper lip are the important parts. Now, we're using some real washed out, real cool colors. You want a lot of warmth in the face, particularly when most of your other colors are cool. You've got a little bit of warmth in the fur here, but this is mostly blues and whites and everything like here. So I'm going to suggest that you go a lot ruddier with your skin. Start with something that's like a real deep red brown, almost a rust color, and then build that up towards your fleshy highlights. But even just because, like, the actual face painting on this is not bad at all. You've done a good job on the eyes, for instance. Riot Sister's absolutely correct. Thing is, people have been like there is a whole segment of humanity that has been painting faces specifically for hundreds to thousands of years at this point, and it is in the form of makeup. People who do makeup are essentially painting faces on top of faces, taking the physical form of a face and idealizing it. And it's not immediately obvious, but yeah, makeup contouring videos on YouTube. Go look at what women are using to contour and accentuate their faces, and just do that. It's incredibly effective. I like the coat, though. I really, really like what you did with the legs. This all looks good. I like the differentiation between the texture and the color on the pants and the boots. That is nicely done. Just have figured out how to pan around an object in Fusion, and I feel, oh yeah, what you do, Avash, is you grab the little box up in the upper right, and you just move it around. It's much easier than almost any other program. Pixel Gen, yeah, if you want to go ahead and put it in chat, that would be just fine. Nice work on everything else, though. I can tell you want to improve the face, and that's good. But I'm liking what you got going on, everything else in here. I would say that with this metal, something you might consider doing is laying a real deep shadow in towards like the top edge and doing kind of like that non-metallic metal highlight and edge on it. That would just add a little something extra, you know? Use the middle mouse button and shift. God, it's so much easier than that, Avash. I'm glad you figured it out. There you go. This is actually really good advice from Riot Sister, and I suggest you check it out. But thank you so much for sharing, and I hope that that's somewhat helpful. Here we have from Rio, Week of Chaotic Day 3, Part 1. The streamer scrutinizes his work and decides to apply a wash. Professional streamer. Do not attempt. It's like, those shadows could be deeper. I know I keep saying this every time you post your post-it note sketches, but I'm just always so astonished at the expressiveness of these bold, simple lines. Being an artist is simultaneously complicated and just disgustingly simple, isn't it? I like these, and I can't wait to see the rest. Rio. Week of Chaotic Day 3, Part 2, the streamer attempts a wash, while a concerned citizen witnesses his genius. That's not a wash, he's eating the miniature. No. You're not supposed to do that. This is a step way beyond licking your brush. Though I do appreciate the fact that he has gone fucking cross-eyed. Oh my god. Project Dark Fox is horrified. Yeah, I noticed. These are much thicker, bolder lines. No, Kursala. No, even cats don't stuff it all the way in their mouth. This is, yeah. I have to agree with the disclaimer, professional streamer, do not attempt. Ladies and gentlemen, do not eat your minis. Don't. I mean, I'm going to assume he at least, like, squirted some dark paint into his mouth to thin with his spit before he did this, and he's not just eating the Mad Cat. Ideally. Oh, it didn't work, Pixel Gent. I'm getting nothing from that one. Yeah, no, Chaotic. Not like that. Oh, Rio. He's a cat. He's washing. No, I reject this logic. Here we have from Rodan. Here you go. Batman Year 1 and Black Mask with Torture Area Base. Wow, okay. I like the Batman Year 1. He's definitely in the pose, complete with the way, like the sort of hunched forward shoulders, and then the way that the cape is hanging. It's just a recreation of the front of the comic book. I like the warm tones that you have mixed into the gray down here. There's a little bit of purple. It's a very purple gray for his bat suit here, and then there's a little bit, but it's in heavy shadow. And then we have this blue black for the cowl and the cape. This looks wonderful, and this is a good example of the kind of ruddy colors that you should have in your flesh tones. By the way, kind of went off the box art. Okay, yeah, it looks a lot like the original comic book cover. You see, it's very red, which helps to contrast quite a lot with the cool tones here. Nice job on the cowl. I like the way the highlight is here up top on his little bat ear horn things, and then on the top of his head, then you only pick it up again down where it transitions into his face. Good job on the boot, too. Liking that little splashy yellow for the utility belt. Lovely. Lovely work. Ah, yes, the planes of the face. Yeah, so much of painting human... Well, you know, all of miniature painting is effectively trickery. Almost all of painting minis is learning how to trick the viewer, trick the human eye into seeing something that isn't there in a scale that doesn't exist. And learning sort of the pattern recognition that we apply to human faces, the things that you expect to see in a face. The same reason that you can look up at the clouds sometimes and see a human face in the clouds, learning those important elements is hugely important to painting faces, and it has so much to do with exactly... God, excuse me. Oh my god, with exactly what you just posted. Pixelgen is recognizing those essential planes. Painted this Batman for Batman Day, and I'm sure that Bruce is fucking thrilled. No, really, nice work on this, Rodan. Let's have a look at Black Mask. Oh, this is good. I like the blue nitrile gloves. It's a nice little splash of color on a mini that, because you could easily have done like black gloves on this, but I don't think that they wouldn't really get across. You know, that would be him putting on some nice black leather gloves, but it is much more him to just put on some like surgical gloves for what he's gonna do, you know? How you doing, Hardy? It's good to see you. Something very similar to this, to the face temperatures, was discussed in the Citadel Masterclass on faces in the Warhammer Plus service. Yeah, there are a lot of different approaches to painting faces, and I recommend looking at kind of at all of them and just taking what works for you. I'm hardly an expert. I've done a few faces that I don't hate at this point, but I mostly avoid them. Nice work on the mask in particular. It's a good example of just picking out the parts of it that we most expect to see and leaving in shadow things like the shape of the skull back here, and picking out the lip and the teeth, the upper lip, the nose, the cheekbones, the brow, all the essentials. Like the coiled up rope on the ground here, the kind of dirty brick floor. Lovely, lovely work for how troubling and disgusting it truly is. Particularly nice work I like on the white pants here. That deep shadow on the inside of the leg came out really great, Rodan. Pretty much did a little bit of dry brush for them, you know? I keep telling people, man. Low skill floor, high skill ceiling. And that little splash of red for his tie is such a nice touch. Just like, without the red for the tie and the blue for the gloves, this model could come out looking a little bit boring, but that just adds so much more interest. Just so much more. Yes, Riot Sister, this is who Ewan McGregor was playing. I was so fucking it! I liked Ewan McGregor as Black Mask. And those of you who watched the movie probably know why I'm irritated. So let's keep going. Here we have from Manro Fasal, a little bit of work in progress. Oh my god, he's coming right for me. He's got that look in his eye too. Holy shit. Nice base for some blonde hair on this. I'm loving the shading on the face. Damn. That is some extreme. Oh, you were talking about, okay, you're Screaming Dwarf and how you want to do the column for him. Oh, yeah, and we've worked that up into a nice bright ginger red. I think that going with cool colors in general, like you've already, I'm kind of seeing some cool colors down here on the column. That would be my main advice. You got the green eyes, which are a nice focal point given the warmth of the ruddy skin, and then the very red hair. The little bit of cool color down here, like a blue-gray, I think would help to just sort of separate, offset, and complement everything else you've got going on. Damn, that is a hell of a bust. Yeah, blue-gray. I can't, let me see. Can we see the rest of the column? I don't have a good view of all of it because most of our shots here are of the face itself. Depending on how much detail you have with it, depending how long it is, you could try doing the marble effect where you take like a baby wipe or a dryer sheet and you kind of lay it over there and spray a lighter color over your dark, and then it leaves dark veins. You could try something like that. It might be a good opportunity depending on how big it is. It does look fairly small. Just a little something to add some interest, you know? My ginger beard cannot compete. White Wolf, I don't like the Birds of Prey movie, but I have like an allergy to spoiling things for people. And I accept that while I may dislike that movie, and I may have problems with it, other people may still want to watch it. And the thing that I want to complain about is a huge fucking spoiler. So I'm just going to say those of you who have seen it, those of you who know that I actually quite liked Ewan McGregor's performance as Roman Sionis will know why I am irritated by certain things that happened in that. I mean, I'm irritated by a lot of things that happened in that movie, but one thing in particular relating to Ewan McGregor's Roman Sionis. Yeah, please do, Manro Fasal. I'm very, very much looking forward to seeing some more work on this guy. Here we have from Metalcore Collectibles. Wow. What is it? What is it with you, Machine God? What is it with you? I've called other people you, and I've called you other people. I haven't made this mistake with anyone else. I once called Zombie Brush Studios Machine God, essentially, by saying that he had the Patreon that is yours, and now you post something and I'm like, Metalcore Collect, like, what's going on here? Damn it. Oh, I am. No, Rodan, the wife went to Wasteland Weekend. I'm here all by myself with the cats, and frankly, streaming is the only thing that's going to keep me from going fucking crazy, so please keep sharing. Alright, fine. Machine God. I'm getting into this clicky tech thanks to Cav Tankerous Miniatures. The fucker he is, isn't he? And in the process, I've been discussing with Papa Bear extending support through a fan-made expansion kind of a thing. This is an exciting idea to me. I like clicky tech. I don't think it got a fair shake. Making units available for factions who don't have them and adding new units to the game because why the hell not via 3D printing? I like that attitude. At the same time, I didn't realize that the only mini for the Kelswa assault tank was the one in clicky tech. IWM doesn't have one or anything, so I fixed it. Here's my Kelswa. Gonna call it the Kochian or something. I don't know what is that a reference? What does Kelswa even mean? I don't know any of these words. I'm so ignorant. It reminds me of the Scorpion from Halo, and it's got the same general configuration as the Scorpion. I dig the triangular main barrels, the two little what look like maybe lasers kind of slung off the side. God, Rio, that would be kind of amazing. If we could just simulate this experience so that I could contain my insanity. I wouldn't even need an internet connection anymore. The original model had the MGs, the side guns on the turret top mount. Okay, so these are machine guns. I like the offset. The little bit of asymmetry adds some interest to it. I like how you have the little commander's sort of cupola up here next to another pair of MGs, I'm guessing. Really dig the sort of quad track setup that you've got going on here. 2 guns on the front next to the commander. Okay, yeah. These are the lasers. Alright. Nice work. Have we got any test prints of this one yet, Machine God? Because if we don't, can I suggest posting them to Tuesday's Storm Report? Because I want to see... I figured these were Gauss. It seems like kind of accepted nomenclature for Battletech fans at this point that Gauss weapons have triangular barrels, which I think makes sense. I think that it makes a decent sort of pseudoscience sense because we assume that it's surrounded by 3 magnetic acceleration rails, right? I think that's what that's supposed to indicate. So when I see triangular, I think Gauss weapons. Driver doesn't get a door. I assume the door is back here somewhere in the compartment. That or this opens. I don't know. I couldn't tell you, White Wolf. Nice work on this, Machine God. By the way, Machine God has a pretty fucking excellent Patreon where you can get a lot of really, really cool Battletech sculpts, guys. You can absolutely feel free, Machine God, to post a link to your Patreon here in chat. Actually based directly off the mini from Clicky Tech. I'm going to need to see the original. Because it's not... I don't have that one memorized. Oh, yeah. Subtle nod to the Halo Scorpion. Build command so we can link to some assembly required. I should at this point since we have one for so many other talented makers on here. Here we have from Hardy, recently picked up the Age of Sigmar Dominion box and have begun working on my first orcs ever. Oh man. Shields I think are finished now. I'm considering adding a little more weathering. Any opinions? Welcome. So first opinion, lower the exposure value on your camera. This exact picture... Like, it looks like you've got plenty of light. You need more contrast, just so that we can see the details a little bit better. You can either enhance the contrast in post-processing, or... No, don't worry about it, Hardy. Taking pictures of minis is as hard or harder than painting them in the first place. And I gotta say, I like what I'm seeing on the shield. It has a real deep shadowed, contrasting look to it that I just wish I had a better look at. The lights look nice and bright. You want some more contrast. If you're taking the picture with your phone, there's usually a pro mode if you search in the settings for your camera that will let you adjust particular settings. What you want to do is lower your exposure or ISO value as low as you can get while still being able to make out the mini. That will take out this kind of washed out effect, because right now your exposure, like your actual sensor, has high exposure, and that light that you're blasting at it, a lot of it's coming back into the lens. And that's also true, as Vergatorang says, if your camera does not like the white background, try a nice dark one. I'm liking what I'm seeing on the shield here so far, though. Getting started on orcs with these new ones is interesting. They're kind of a new to see. Now I can see the green shadows on this one. You almost have kind of like a hammered copper look to it, Hardy. I think these look really good. But yeah, practice your camera settings. Just every time you take a picture, try to just make it a little bit better. Try to fool with the settings just a little bit. I'm still not great at it myself, but I'm always trying to improve. And I think that there is, if you look in the Showcase channel, look at the pins. Look at the pinned messages in the Showcase channel. There's at least one to a little diagram that can give you some tips on how to take better photos of your models. Let's take a look at this here, Machine God. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah. It is very similar then. Well, shit. You know what? I applaud the project. I absolutely applaud the project, man. Clicky Tech never, ever got a real fair shake. I don't feel like. But, I wouldn't mind trying to bring it back. Why the fuck not? Who gives a shit? It's not like CGL really supports the rule sets very well anyway. Yeah, keep up the good work, Hardy. I'm liking what I'm seeing on the shields. I can see the green shadow that you did here. It definitely gives the whole thing a very coppery effect. It's less visible here just because of the lighting. But overall, I'm thinking the shields are looking pretty good. Died with whiz kids. Oh, shit. Alright, coming down. Here we have from the actual Cyber Knight Metalcore Collectibles. Therapy Thursday still counts, right? I say so. I figure this is a good thing for everyone to see and understand, because it's absolutely true. In fact, one could argue this is exactly where people like myself, Kursala, Thunderhead, and Steel Warrior Studios have grown out little niches and eventually burst out to help pull up the slack, as it were. I think I saw this one earlier. Whatever you think you can't do, just know there's someone who is confidently doing it wrong right now. They have no plans at doing it better either. People are paying them to do it. Please believe in your own excellence as much as they believe in their mediocrity. This is... Yeah, Vergatorung, it's pretty funny. Like, I didn't want to bring that up, but it's pretty funny. And this is maybe even a good example for what we're talking about right here. CGL is in theory a serious company, and they created a product. Like, here's the thing, product creation for something like the CGL Mega Mats, and I'd like to preface what I'm about to say with, this is not really a big deal. This is just kind of a funny little thing that represents not a major world-changing mistake, but just a stupid thing to not notice. To create a product takes a lot of effort. First, you have to concept it, you have to get art assets, you have to figure out your materials, figure out your supply line, get the testers done, send the testers back with notes, go through iterations, get the final product, decide on the product that you absolutely want to have, ensure that the people can create that product reliably enough that you can send it out without having to inspect every single one of them, design the packaging, like you have to do all this shit. And somewhere in the middle of that is naming your product, and you have this mat, and you go, we're gonna call it a Mega Mat. I get that. Mega Mat sounds good. It's full of alliteration. Everybody loves that MM, Mega Mat. It's easy to abbreviate. CGLMM. Everybody knows you're talking about the Mega Mat. Boom! We're rocking. We're going. Why hasn't anyone thought of this before? I don't fucking know. Let's not bother to check. Let's make a bunch of them, and let's write Mega Mat all over it, over and over and over again, and then you find out after you get the product out, somebody copyrighted Mega Mat. And now they can't sell it. It's not a big deal. They're gonna repackage, they're gonna rebrand. It's gonna cost them a little bit of money. It's gonna cost them a little bit of time. More than anything, it's just funny and just kind of lazy. Yeah, it's Chessex. That's the thing. Like, it's such a dumb mistake to make. It's just like, that's basic. That's like, I did that with Hextech. Like, before we landed, I'm fucking nobody. I'm an asshole in an office. I don't run a real business like they do. And I was like, wait, is Hextech, like, taken? And I looked it up, and some video game uses the phrase Hextech, and they've trademarked it. But then I dug deeper into that, and it's like, well, these two products are non-comparable. Like, no one is ever going to confuse the digital Hextech product with the physical Hextech product that are separated massively between industries and final. Like, legally speaking, that's fine. But it's Chessex. It's a company in the same fucking business that makes products that, like, I just... How do you fuck that up? It's just silly. Yeah, it's an oversight that, and this is one of my main complaints about, like, and you know, anytime I complain about a company, particularly CGL, I want you guys to understand that I'm not sitting here hoping that they fail at things. That's not the truth of it. I enjoy the irony given the negative attitude they've had towards some things in the past. Ultimately, I want them to do well for the sake of the brand that they hold, and ultimately, just because of who I want to be as a person, I wish them all well, and I hope that the company takes off, does big things, grows BattleTech, releases new rules edition, becomes everything that we all hope it can be. So I don't want you to think that I'm, like, against them, or anything like that. But particularly when we like things and we want them to do better, we find ourselves being very critical of them. And I think that this is an incredibly positive mindset, because when you want something to succeed, you look for the things that can go wrong, because you don't want them to go wrong. And they keep acting like a tiny company. They sell themselves as a big company. They want a big company. They want to be a big company. They want people to see them as a big company. They want to have a big brand. They want to have a big IP. They want to have a big product line, but they act like me. They act like someone at my level professionally, and I'm a fucking idiot in an office working by himself. I'll tell you one of the most flattering things that I've heard recently, I've had multiple people confuse me with being a team of people. I've had people make comments on some of my social media and send me private messages to the effect of, hey, you and the team at Thunderhead Studio are doing a great, like, it's just me. I'm the guy. I do everything. But it's flattering that they think I'm more than one person. Whereas, ironically, you look at CGL and it's like, are we sure this isn't just like one guy and his pet monkey? I'm not totally sure. But here's the thing. Coming back to our core point. This is absolutely true. Follow-up comments here, let's see. As a lawyer who's been practicing for 6 years now, I can say with certainty that this 100% applies to lawyers. Me, my writing is so bad. Meanwhile, at Disney, somehow Palpatine has returned. Oh, God. That's a fucking good point. Just because someone's paying someone to do something, just because someone's a professional doesn't mean that they're good at it. And just because you're not a professional, just because you're not highly paid doesn't mean you suck. These two things are not the same. There are so many more factors involved in all of this. From marketing to visibility to just plain luck. But I'd like to tie this back to what I was just saying. Guys, you can afford to believe in yourself. You can afford to believe in yourself and be wrong. You can afford that. You can afford to suck at what you do, but still fucking love it. There's no reason that can't be true. So don't you fucking dare rip on yourself. Don't you go out there and say, I suck at this. Because there are plenty of people out there who are going to say you suck at it, and you don't have to fucking help them. Fake it till you make it, folks. Fake it till you make it. That's what they did. I guarantee. Let's keep going. Here we have also from Cyber Knight, Thunderhead exclusive time. I can now finally present Carver in its complete form, fully painted, in the Dreadnought Battle Core scheme and all of its clan weaponry and equipment. I've still probably got 1 or 2 more Carvers I'll need to assemble and paint, 1 more in the DBC scheme as part of a larger diorama, and probably another in the shop scheme, just because. This one was mostly needed to have something that we can hand off for Matt Plog for reference. Nice. Got a bit of roughness to it, but overall still very happy with it. It looks pretty good. It's the same color scheme, the same style that has been done on the rest of these figures. If anything, I think it's a little bit more refined. The red is slightly richer. The black is, again, a little bit more defined. The silver dry brushing has a little bit more control on it than I've seen to the other ones. I think this looks really nice. God, that blade. That huge fucking blade. With the weight on it, I love that. I see Lord Zed from now I do too. Oh no. Yeah, with the like mouth slits. And the little crest. Shit. I literally won't be able to see anything but this now. Yeah, with the red in particular. If there were gold accents, it would just be game over. I'm gonna try to never point that out again, but I'm gonna be thinking it every single time. Ugh. Did dry brush some gray on the black to give it more depth. Yeah, I think that really helped. I think it did. Yeah, the other ones were Sumatha. Okay, yeah, I thought so. The ones with the red and the black. This is just a slightly more refined version of the same scheme. But then Sumatha's work, like, you can track from when he started, got better as he went. I think the deeper black helps the scheme overall in a big way. Lovely, lovely work, Metalcore. Let's have a look at the back of him here. Really like that blade with the big, like, sliding weight on it. And, of course, the Mech Warrior 4 style shoulder pad. I see that. I see that, Metalcore. I would still... I like the nice, big, smooth piece of glass so that I can do depth effects and lighting effects on it. Not saying you can't paint all the individual little windows. I just don't wanna. Lovely work. Lovely work, Cyber Knight, and thank you for sharing. I got my first tattoo. Oh, shit. It's the Stargate thingy. It's the symbol. What is that? That's the symbol for Earth, right? Within the context of the what's that language? Within the context of the coordinational hieroglyphs, right? That's pretty cool. I can dig it. And it even has like a little non-metallic metal effect on it. Look at that. Look at that little shine. Even the tattoo artist is better at it than I am. Damn. Nice work, Hathrir. And by nice work, I mean nice work to your tattoo artist, because you didn't do this. You just sat there and let that artist work. And I hope you're happy. Wait, he probably got paid. Okay, I'm okay with this. There are a lot of tattoos you could get for a first one. You chose a very, very visible one. An interesting place to get it, right there on top of the hand. I'm gonna have to criticize this in person before long. Well, thank you very much for sharing your first. Yeah, good job on staying still. There we go. As far as congratulations go, let's go with that one. Here we have up from Ion Raptor. Finally did up my own homegrown tank. Channeled Clanner engineers for maximum stupid impracticality so it could stand out from the pack. I call it the Low 2, which is pronounced low. So if you say it fast, it becomes low. I'll see myself out. I pronounced it right the first time. Nobody saw otherwise. Fine. Louve. So if you say it fast, it becomes love to tank. Love to tank. Ah, oh, Jesus, that's... I need a nap. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at our Bizarro clan tank. It definitely has that clan aesthetic. With the, for no reason at all, let's drop the treads in towards the center line of the tank so that the commander sits in like this tiny little narrow spot right here with a gun directly in front. God, how uncomfortable it must be to command this particular tank. Oh my God. I like it though. I like the way that the turret hull kind of slopes in and the lines are all very aggressive. Kind of triangular. It matches the overall shape of the vehicle. It's a nasty looking little son of a bitch. I get the feeling that this would be a light, fairly quick tank. Yeah, he doesn't quite have the clan nonsense tech down for Gadarung, because there would in fact be wheels and then maybe one random pair of legs, and for some reason the treads would like transform into legs or something. I really feel like they were just running out of ideas when they designed clan tanks in general. Oh man, I really do like the kind of aggressive styling of all of it. It's higher on the back end than it is on the front. The whole thing kind of slopes forward and the turret goes right along with it. Nice work. Ah, quad Vs. Yeah, that's some madness. It has almost like a hot rod profile on the back here. This reminds me of like the back end of a Corvette with the taillights and everything. It would make a good quad V. There we go. That's what we need, Ion Raptor. We need this, but the treads have to unfold into legs somehow. So, you know, get to work. Guys, if you're not following Ion Raptor, he also streams right here on Twitch and does some pretty awesome 3D design for 3D printable 6mm vehicles and mechs. That is a stream you should be following. Speaking of talent, Larabic has been working on some Marvel Crisis Protocol figures. Here we've got Cable. This is one of the cooler pieces that they included. This is what I mean by how really neat and dynamic their figures are, that he has his little, what is it? It's like a particle shield that he uses. I like the little red for the bullets kind of exploding against the shield he has here. Good job with the depth on the blue. Good contrast in the shadows. Nice work on the face and the white hair. White hair is tricky to do. There's lots of details on this guy. I like the yellow. I like the yellow. It's deeply shaded enough to be interesting, but it's not so like canary or lemon yellow. It's bright, but it still has kind of that orange tint to it. I do, Yuhan. I do indeed. Nice work on the cloak, too. I like the shading you have on this, Larabic. Then let's have a look. We got Domino after that. And, This might be one of the only poses from MCP that I don't love. I'm not really sure what's going on. Is she getting lucky and riding an explosion forward? It kind of looks like she's just taking a crap. The paint job is nice. I like the blue for the undersuit contrasted with the brown for the straps. This is something very similar to what I did on my Black Widow to kind of add some temperature interest. The skin tone is really, really good. I can just make out the domino on the opposite side of her face. Nice work on the hair. I really like the shading. You got kind of a layered effect on her hair here. Nice work, Larry, but good job on the explosion, too. It looks a little... I don't know, it looks like a comic book explosion. That's what it looks like to me. It doesn't look like a real one. It looks like something somebody might do in a comic book, which I guess is fairly appropriate. Huh. Looking for an artist that will be able to model a tabletop RPG monster. Yuhan, I make a lot of stuff for Battletech and now some fantasy miniatures and like Warcaster and stuff like that, but I'll tell you, my docket is pretty full. Now, what I can tell you is we got a lot of people who do 3D printing and some 3D modeling over on the Thunderhead Studio Discord, and we've got a little buy, sell, trade, hire section on there. I can't promise you'd be able to find the person you're looking for there, but you'd have a decent chance of at least getting pointed in the right direction from a lot of people who do a whole lot of printing. Me, I've got modeling projects stacked up until the middle of next year right now. Holy shit. What kind of monster are you looking for, Yuhan? Just out of curiosity. What are you working on? Here we have from Chewy, finish the rest of the monsters for the Tainted Grail board game I'm playing with some friends. These are all painted. Oh wait, I should read what he wrote. Cable and Domino done. Can't wait to try X-Men on the table. 3 more and I'm all caught up on MCP. Oh, that's a good feeling, isn't it? What next? Back to Burrows and Badgers? Gene Stealer Cultist? Terrain Larabic? If you're asking me. If you're giving me the choice, I fucking love your Gene Stealer Cultist, dude. I love them. Do more of that. Unless you're not into it, unless you're over the cultists, but I have really quite enjoyed your paint scheme as you've worked on that for us. Now here we have Chewy finish the rest of the monsters for Tainted Grail, all painted in oils. Been a fantastic playground to get your brush wet as you continue trying to learn how the hell to paint with oils. I feel you on that. God, these look nice though. These all look good. I like the green and the bone on this. God only knows what the hell this is. Custom monster style based on off the gas mask people from Pink Floyd's The Wall. Interesting. Use it for something like Mutant Year Zero. That's a pretty cool game in a neat setting. You can feel free to post it up, Yuhan. I don't mind. Vergaderung, it's metaphorical. I really like how subdued the colors are on this one in particular. On the shield, the detail still pops out, but it's not like jumping out in my face. I like the reds we have on this. God only knows what the hell's going on with this guy. Holy crap. This one really jumps. I'm guessing that this monster is like, there's a mermaid coming out of its mouth, or just a woman. So I'm guessing that this is like an angler fish, and the woman comes out of its mouth to lure people in. Models for Tainted Grail are real weird. I'm not familiar with them. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, it almost reminds me of like a Bodak, another D&D monster. It's obviously a little bit more exaggerated, a little bit more stylized, but it reminds me a whole lot of a Bodak. More grotesque body horror style to it. Alright, okay, Yuhan. Well, again, I cannot promise you that you will find a sculptor on the Thunderhead Studios server who can do that for you, but I'd be willing to bet that it is a decent place to start getting pointed in the right direction. We got about 500 people on the server now, which is fucking crazy, honestly. We got a lot of people who do 3D printing, a lot of people who buy a lot of 3D files, a lot of people who have custom sculpting done. So if you ask around on there, there is a solid chance someone will at least be able to point you on the right path. Yes, on the Discord, which you can always access by hitting !Discord in chat or clicking the Discord button down there below where I am. These are some really nice figures. We saw you start on this one, I feel like. don't know what the fuck he's holding a little man by his neck, and then he's giant, and he's got 2 arms, but then he's got another 2. He's got what? This miniature base appears to just be like angry, scared peasants who I thoroughly identify with, given that this is the crazy shit they have to deal with. I love the rock work that you've done beneath this one, too. Yeah, Yuhan. We're everybody friendly. Damn. Got lots of what look like purple tones in here on this crazy crow down in the shadows, which are really, really working for me, too. Kind of balanced out against the red on the log here. Really, really well done, Chewy. You have a great eye for miniature painting, and I always love seeing your stuff getting shared. Here we have from Squared, pepper and onion pizza. That legit sounds pretty... Oh shit, what am I gonna eat tonight? I had a bunch of spaghetti before I came on the stream, but I have to make myself dinner after this. Oh no. You know what? I'm gonna cross that bridge when I come to it. We're doing the Storm Report right now, and I'm looking at a pepper and onion pizza that actually looks pretty good with all that melty cheese on top of it. There you go, Asri. Order a pepper and onion pizza. Unfortunately, I can't order shit where I live. I have to drive places to get... Yeah. Over the course of the next few streams, you're just going to see me getting more and more emaciated and tired, and then that will be the end of the stream. Oh, God. Oh, no. I've got plenty of food. I just got to actually cook some stuff. Delicious looking pizza, though, Squared. Here we have from Mafik. Haven't posted stuff on my channel for a while now, so I have some stuff to do. Number 1, Dreadnought waifu coming soon. Number 2, got a new premium Chinese tank destroyer. And number 3, I'm still rusty since I haven't done outside photography lately. The early sketches of the busty tank waifus coming together. Pepperoni and sliced cherry tomatoes. Oof, that does sound good. Yeah. Avash, I'm streaming Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, right through to the end of the week. I'll be here. I like seeing works in progress on pieces of art. Like, looks like she's got side sponsons coming off her ass, and I love that. That's pretty cool. That brings a whole new level to thick thighs, and it looks like she's wearing a little bit of a little tanker uniform, too. I look forward to seeing the finished product on that one, Mafik. And here's the Chinese tank destroyer. Squat, low, and the longest goddamn barrel you ever did see. I guess it needs a low center of gravity with a barrel that long. Holy hell. Yeah, Verg, I'm printing your stuff, man. I got a bunch of them. I was showing at the start of the stream. I got a bunch of them already printed out, and I put like some little texture paste on them, and I've been priming them up. I'm trying to replace all the trees on my table with those. Oh, it's done? Oh, so it is. A little bit of stringing, that's no big deal. Outdoor photography with Legos, no less. I'm barely good at indoor photography when I control, like, all of the factors, so I can sympathize with having to work with natural light. I don't even understand the challenge. Not even a little bit. What is that? No. Like a weird remix of Writings on the Wall? Thumbs down, Pretzel. Give me something else. Just got your Anycubic Photon Mono SESLA printer. Nice! Very, very nice. I do love 3D printing things, ladies and gents. Well, nice work, Mafik, and thank you for sharing your art with us, as always. And I look forward to seeing some more tank waifus going in on that channel. I'll drag Matt Yee in here by the ears, make sure he's in for the next Storm Report to see your work. Here we have from Asri, need to finish printing out 7 more tiles, but we're officially in the hot garbage phase. The second tower island is printing now. I'll get a short tower with an AA gun on it. After that's done, 6 more cloud tiles. New ones are unprimed, so I still need to drill holes for 4 more boats to be flying around. Then we need to figure out how to float some clouds around the towers and hang a dwarf out a window painting the lighthouse. Gonna have it done by Friday. Holy shit, man. You're out of your mind. There's always, like, if you take a core, like the core shape of the cloud you want, do like cotton balls or whatever you want to have around it, and then just run a piece of wire out of something nearby, kind of hidden. you could have some clouds floating around. They'd have to be relatively close, or you just have to have some small bits of wire exposed. But that's not really a big deal. You know, you paint them black and just pretend like they're not there. Use paper clips and cotton balls. There you go. That's the ticket. And yeah, Vergaderung's got a good point there. Do some stringy long clouds. Some little like long wisps of cloud kind of going along the wire to help connect it. That way you'll barely notice them. White Wolf, you get to sleep, man. Don't ruin your sleep schedule to stick around to stream, for God's sake. White Wolf, it's always a pleasure to see you in chat, dude. Have a great night. This is gonna be quite the setup. Asri. I will be fucking impressed if you have that done by Friday. I'm not saying I don't believe you'll have it done by Friday. I'm just saying how impressed I'm going to be when you show me what that turns into. Here we have from Jungle Plague, trying something new that's not glows like a light bulb. You do such cool OSL work. Don't know if I'll be able to stay up for the Storm Report. Yay, playback. Enjoy that FOV. Oh, about a conk out, but any feedback on cockpit besides practice more? Let's have a good look. We got some Grey Death Legion going on. We want a mid-tone in here. Oh my god, Riot Sister. She knows the name of a mech. That's amazing. Yeah, the cockpits are well done, but they're a little, just a little bit flat. I think we want more of a mid-green tone. First of all, your dark green tone is phenomenal, and I like your highest green here, but you want a little bit more of a mid-green tone, something between the two, closer to your highlight color between them, to give a little bit more depth, and then I would restrict this green to the very, very corner. And if you wanted to get fancy, you could do like 2 or 3 smaller glare dots. That would also add just a little bit more depth to this lensing job on here. Same thing for the Marauder. It looks good, it's all well applied, the brush control is excellent, you just want a little bit more of a mid-green color in there. I think your darkest green tone is fucking fantastic. And overall, really great paint jobs on these Grey Death Legion. You're hitting all the important points. The shoulders stand out, the weapons stand out, the front of the cockpit, the weapon on top, the feet. Like, these are the most important things. You've got a highlight right up here, kind of on the what would be the pectoral on any other mech. Got some nice deep shadows further back on the hull. Yeah, I agree. The cockpits are well done, but they don't... And here's the other thought. Maybe try something a bit warmer for the cockpit, because the Grey Death Legion it's a very cool paint job overall. Everything winds up being kind of cool because of the nature of it. You've got red in the logo. You might consider using red for the cockpit, maybe orange? I don't know. I think the green can definitely work though, and you've done a good job on this, but you definitely want one more green tone in here to give it some more depth. According to Legends, Grey Death Legion cockpits are red. There you go. Consider trying red, because I think red would pop more in general. But, I mean, all the lensing details are in the right place. That's the important thing, Jungle Plague. The other option is to make them glow like a light bulb. God, I love those paint jobs you've done. Those all look so good. Looking at them zoomed out, they're very hard to see. Yeah, I guess if I were to move this... Let me just try looking at this in a smaller format. It kind of blends in once you move away from it, doesn't it? I would say try the red. I would say work in a mid-tone, and I would say try switching to a warm tone. I think those two shifts will make this pop out a whole lot more. Because right now, yeah, it kind of looks like almost any other highlight elsewhere. Because the depth of your green kind of matches the depth of your blue shadows. But technically done, and as far as brush control goes, very nicely done. Very nicely done, Jungle Plague. Let's keep going. Here we have from Avash. Working on some of them 100 Kingdoms figures I'm about to get started on myself. We got that Mounted Noble Lord. I continue to love these colors that you've chosen for this. Avash, I want to see... Like, I love the colors. I want to see some good deep shadows on all these pieces of fabric. If I could change anything about your paint jobs, I love the colors so much, I would just deepen those shadows so much so that these colors on the highlights just pop out. Because they're so vibrant, and when you wind up with these big blocks of them, they kind of wind up looking almost a little bit samey, but if you had like really deep shadows in here and under here and down here, like this could all be so vibrant. All in all, great color choices. And some nice looking. Oh, are you gonna? Oh, that's right. That's right. Avash might be doing the 3D printed heads that I made for my own household knights, which is exciting as hell because I'm probably gonna be doing more of those. I look forward to seeing those get glued on. Nice posing on these guys too. I was surprised at how many options you have for posing these household knights altogether. You can actually do quite a few pretty cool things with them. I'm excited to see that, Avash. Very, very excited to see that indeed. Lovely work. I love the kind of red-brown that we have on the horse fur as well. Well, these are coming together wonderfully. You are so much further along on your army than I am. I'm just jealous. Lovely work, Avash, and thank you for sharing with us. Here we have from Colonel Matthew Steiner. We got them bird mechs, baby. Colonel Matthew Steiner's going full Ill-Clan on us, whether we want it or not. Man, these look nice. Yeah, that's a lot. You could try... There's Templar. You could also try, Avash, you could try doing Knights Hospitaller theme, because they were black with white crosses. And if you're doing the white crosses, that's a lot less white to do, and black is a much easier color to work with if you choose a temperature, like do like a warm brown black or something like that. You're mostly working with browns. Who are the ones with the yellow tabards? There was at least one knighthood order with yellow tabards that were just fucking ridiculous. I can't remember what they were called though. Gotta sit down sometime and share sculpting techniques. Wait, who are you talking to? Forgot about. This is a good example of, and I just want to say this, I love Colonel Matthew Steiner's work. I love the way that he takes pictures of his minis. As far as just pure aesthetic preference goes, I don't like Ill-Clan, I don't like the bird mechs, I don't like camo schemes. Like, these are things that when I'm painting minis, I veer away from, because I'm like, I just don't like how they look. When they're done, but when a mini is well done, it can overcome those initial biases. There are even things on here that I wouldn't guess would work if you were to just tell them to me. Like the orange cockpit glass against the desert-colored hulls. Like, I wouldn't think that would work, but I'm looking at a number of them, and it looks like you've got cool tones mixed in to a corner, so you have this, like, orange to blue transition that actually really works surprisingly well. The panel lining is crisp and clean. And then the little bits of blue-gray on the knees, the thighs, the upper arms, the weapons, little panels on the wings. It does just so much to set off the rest of the paint scheme. Simple and effective basing, too. And as always, good photos. Taking good photos of minis really just, it helps me see them in order to truly appreciate them. Wonderful work, Colonel Matthew Steiner. The Knights of Jerusalem were blue and yellow. That's probably who I was thinking of, Nanotanks. I learned Hospitaller for the Knighthood Order Kursala, but that's probably one of those things where multiple pronunciations are technically correct. Lovely work, Colonel Matthew Steiner. As always, I'm so impressed by the way you take photos, particularly of battle mechs. Like, I've considered doing something similar, and I may end up just straight ripping you off at some point, but for now, I still like my deep black background. Damn. Look at these fart mechs jumping up into the air on the power of their own flatulence. And there it is, too. There's that little bit of blue in the corner against the orange, and the orange, like, the tan is kind of desaturated and washed out, and then the orange is really, really saturated and vibrant. I think that's why it works. Then you got the warm to cool transition from corner to corner. Very, very effective work, Colonel Matthew Steiner, and thank you for sharing. Jade Falcon unit from page 5 of that new Ill Clan book. Just need some good jumping. Yeah, that's like all it's missing is like a column of exhaust and fire coming out of its butt. Well, it doesn't have to be coming out of its butt, but you know, this is the nature of jumping minis. We cannot avoid the comparison. You're damn right. You're damn right we're still going, Gear Falcon, and we're gonna be going for a while yet, so you better buckle up. Hark! The lands hath changed, and within this new adventure lies a field of verdant bounty. Upon that sea of green is a great blue beast, but lo! The beast holds a bountiful elixir of sparkling indulgence. Whatsoever the winged beast doeth, it shall be for the glory of the greens. A few days ago, the birds finally went to live outside, so I decided to record their reactions to this strange new world. There's a large door on the other end of the house for cleaning, which is what I used to put them in the house. We opened the bird door so they could exit at their leisure. Took them about 10 to 15 minutes, and we're all much happier now. Oh, there's gonna be honks. There's gonna be honks. These little fucking micro dinosaurs. With the way my screen is cropped, I apologize if this all isn't showing up. You should be getting most of it, though. You're looking like, what the fuck is this? Do I continue? I like the little, you have like a pathway of treats to lead them out. It's a nicely done little honk house. I like how you've put the extra wire on the boards to give them... How do I minimize this? Why is there no button to minimize? There we go. That one's got some balance issues. Yeah, it worked once I hit escape. Alright, let's see what we got up next then. Oh, they're figuring it out. Like, if we follow the foods, there's all kinds of stuff out here. Flap, 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 flap. An exciting day for everyone, I'm sure. That must have been an interesting time around the house. Having them just sort of about. The first time they'd been on anything that wasn't flat. You know, that takes some figuring. I had a hard time with that myself the first time. Thank you for sharing that moment with us, Kursala. God dang dinosaurs. Machine God been working on making a resource of barrels to use for weapons when modeling stuff with Papa Bear. This is something that, yeah, you kind of, when you're doing military assets, this is a good step to take. Once you've designed a weapon, it's so much easier to just pull up the original file and staple it to whatever housing you're working with, rather than rebuild it every single time. Here we got our LBXs. Oh, I'm sorry, these are high-velocity autocannons. Okay, these are autocannons. These are the LBXs. These are high-velocity autocannons, and then we have our ultra autocannons up here. Heavy machine gun, light machine gun. I like the HMG, that looks pretty cool. And then we got our rotary autocannons down here. Nice work, machine gun. That's definitely going to make things go a wee little bit faster. Multi-barrel UACs are a pet peeve of mine, but the whole set looks great. They look neat, though. Oh, here we have from Machine God, or also, that is, yeah, his name is Blue, which throws me off. Also, my last submission went to a bird sanctuary in the Keys on Isla Morada, to be specific, on Memorial Day weekend with a girlfriend. Met this blue jay named Flop, who was raised by hand around cats, and he has an odd tendency to meow.
Oh my goodness. Do you not want me to leave? Is that what it is? Oh goodness.
Mew.
That's adorable.
That's just how we learn to communicate. That's magnificent. Or the smartest of birds, WJ. And the fact is, he lived around cats for that long. He had to have been doing something right. Oh, here we have from White Wolf. 2 pages done on Saturday. It was definitely a wonderful thing. Doubly so since it was a whopping 2 weeks since I last sat here at my workbench. Joys of getting everything sorted out for the new job, plus the work and rigors of said new job. But hey, you know, again, these are the kind of problems you want to have. He's pretty old. There's an article on him by the local news in 2014. Well, if he's lived that long, again, he's got to be doing something right. Oh, this build is coming along. Damn, God, I'm always shocked at how much internal detail a lot of these figures have. Holy crap. Machine God, have a great night, man. Thanks for being here. It's wonderful to see you again, and I hope that you are able to and desiring to get streaming again in the near future once everything works out for you, man. Please make sure you let us know if/when that comes to pass. Got so much internal detail. Lovely build, though, White Wolf. Very, very clean. Alright, then we got for a setup Sunday, waiting for Papa John's to get here edition. Got a bit more work done on the MG Wing Gundam Zero Endless Waltz version this morning before I had to run around to do various errands. It almost has a lower half, including legs. God willing, we should all have legs. Continues to disgust me how messy my work desk is in comparison to base. Considering how many projects I know you work on, White Wolf, the fact that your desk looks cleaner than mine is upsetting to me. I like this light, though. I know I've commented on it before when you first got it set up, but I really dig it. My light arch is doing me pretty well right now, but I'm thinking maybe around Christmas it's going to be time for an upgrade, and I might consider something more along the line of a couple of articulating lights that I can shift and change as I like. Though, this is a pretty good arch. I wish it was a little bit brighter, but I think that mostly comes down to the way that I wire it. So nice, but so expensive. Isn't that always what it comes down to, Pixel Gen? Oh, here we have from Punexpected. Gonna leave my oily work in progress from last night. Oof. Talk about comments you can take out of context. The Kingdom Death Halloween Vixen. Good night, everyone, and happy painting. Punexpected, thank you very much for leaving us with holy moly. I'm not really that surprised. Kingdom Death models are all like this. They're like... Now, I did get to hang out and watch him working on this one for a while last night. It was not this far along. I'm loving the detail on the ears and the hair in particular. And that nice vibrant orange. I did get to watch him build that up, which was fairly educational. You got a little bit of it looks like reflected in the hair, too, which is a nice touch. Lovely work. Just lovely. Definitely not just perving on your model. That is absolutely not what is happening here. Punexpected, thank you so much for sharing this with us. Again, guys, if you haven't followed Punexpected Painting, he's on here on Twitch. He does a lot of oil painting. He has a lot of excellent resources for those of you who might be interested in getting started oil painting. So if you have any interest in it, that is definitely a channel that I would follow. He's also very, very happy to evangelize and to give tips on getting started. Just to make Cat laugh. Oh no, what did I do? Did I? Okay, Vox told you. What are you in my face for? Fly! There is a whole room! There's a whole room full of shit! That's a genuine question. I'll have you know. It's... I know that they're attracted to like the carbon dioxide and the heat, aren't they? So they like naturally fly towards your face because you're putting out like scents and flavors that they're attracted to. I just like... I'll tell you, I'm looking forward to the weather dipping down. Because like I said, we're having this last hurrah right now, end of summer. It's like all the flies and the moths came back, and it's driving me fucking crazy. Oh my god, at least we didn't have a Moth-ageddon this year like last year. That was out of control. Well, the good news is, Data Nerd, that it's posted to the channel. And you can enjoy my frustration as many times as you like. Here we have from White Wolf, working on starting to move my benching gear into a more organized setup. Here's the before with everything being cozy. After will have to come another day, partially because a Fox didn't buy enough drawer liners. Oh, whoopsies. And partially due to maxing out subs for this report. Yes, those are double-stacked video cards. I was short on space in the old setup. Ooh, look at all that. Look at all that memory. Ooh. So many bits and bytes. It's unbelievable. And then yeah, just kind of like a bunch of video cards. Wait, why do we just have drawers of? Oh, okay. Your benching gear. You actually use these things. I gotcha. It's more organized than anything in my office, White Wolf. You bring shame to me each and every time you show off your organizational skills that I'm sure you're not as impressed with, but I assure you others are. Here we have from Pixel Gent, made another desk for my 3D printing, so it freed up some space for painting. Also ordered a bit of the same light and 2 camera arms so I can start recording my painting and or streaming. Fuck yes, Pixel Gent. Fuck yes. Do it. Do it. The worst thing that can happen. The worst thing that can happen is you don't enjoy it and you stop doing it. There's no reason not to give it a try. Beelzebub, you have a great night, man. Thank you so much for stopping in. It's been a pleasure to have you in chat, bro. I hope to see you again. I feel like there needs to be more nerdy shit on the walls, though. Like, this is a great-looking paint station, but until you have racks of way too many paints up here and, like, some super nerdy posters, it's just not gonna feel right, Pixel Jam. I think it'll be a fun way to look back on progress as well. Yeah, that's something I definitely recommend. Take lots of pictures. I've enjoyed seeing the evolution of my own workstation over the last couple of years, because it did not start like this. I'm excited for that, though, Pixel Gent. You do such good work. Also set up an automated process for making these. No shit. That's pretty slick. What's your automated process, out of curiosity? First of all, nice print on this, by the way. Lots of good detail on it. Particularly the finer detail, like the little kebab that he's got up there. I like the hacked-off fish back here. Ugh. Got that catfish mustache thing going on. An automated process, you say? I am curious. I am curious what that process is. Here we have from Beastly Brush. Ooh. This is a lovely painting style, kind of cartoony, a little over-exaggerated, and it works so well with something this small. I love the definition on the musculature, and I really like this blue. Hey, Bueno, how you doing? Tom Kench? Is that this guy here, this model? Really like this blue. This does so much. This reminds me of the paint scheme that Rune Wars used originally for their, oh, the catfish guy. Oh, okay, I got you. For their human faction. It's just this really bright, vibrant, electric blue with, and it looks like maybe still working on the trim. I'll be curious what that winds up being. I'm gonna guess kind of a gold-yellow trim, because that's gonna set that blue off like crazy. It's good to see you, man. That's an Argus from Circle Ouroboros. Oh, okay, now I play Warcaster. I play Privateer Press's Warcaster. I never got particularly into War Machine or Hordes. I played some Hordes. I made some of the, what are the murder dragons, the horrible mutants, Legion of Everblight. I played some of them, but I never really got that far into the game. I recognize the faction names, that's about it, but I wouldn't recognize many of the models. Very cool figure, but I'm really digging that vibrant paint job. That electric blue sets off so damn well. Good job on the muzzles and the musculature in particular, Beastly. Very nicely done. I'm doing good, Bueno. It's good to see you. Using a custom Python program and then Photoshop actions, pretty much. Well, I'm not even close to that, Pixel. I'm like, well, that sounds like too much work for me. I've done a couple of those little videos, and it always takes me a while. I'm gonna have to start automating more of this if I want to actually produce content. Nice pale gold, excellent. Painted Balder in the same scheme a while back. Planning to have a battle group with another Argus and Warp Wolf in that scheme. Beastly Brush, I would love to see any others you've done in this scheme. That would be magnificent. If you feel like sharing them, either in Showcase or we're going to be resetting the Storm Report immediately after the stream. And if you feel like getting some posts in for Tuesday, I'd love to see them, dude, because I'm really, really digging that paint scheme. But that is going to bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report, and, as is tradition, the end of tonight's stream. Oh, God. Let me figure out who we're rating. The night is young. The night is young. It's only 10:30. We only went about a half hour what we usually do, and I'm sure that there are some people out there painting still. So let's see what we got. Tonight is Teal's 3-year anniversary. Tonight is? I mean, that's what we're doing then. Let's make that happen. Guys, I know a lot of you may be turning in for the night, but if you don't mind, if you feel like doing me a personal favor, hang out for a few minutes, make a little bit of noise over in Teal Security's chat. Wish him a happy streamiversary. Teal Security is a fantastic dude. He's a great painter. He's a great streamer. He has been going for 3 years now, which we're going to be hitting ourselves. What's wrong with my brain? We're gonna be hitting 2 years in January. I just had a moment where I was like, have I been streaming for 3 years? God, no, apparently I gotta go eat something. Cause that's great. Oh, I just blanked out a year of my life. Yeah, that makes sense. Pro streamer, ladies and gentlemen, stand back. You remember that, Project Dark Fox? Cause I don't. But guys, alright, thank you all so much for coming out tonight. Thank you to everybody who contributed to the Storm Report. I love seeing your work. Thank you to our new followers. Thank you guys for the subs, and as always, a huge thank you to my incredible mod team that makes all of this possible. We will be back. Tuesday the 21st, we'll be doing Conquest and Oil. Thursday the 23rd, probably more Conquest because I'm really trying to get this fucking skirmish force done. And you know what? We got some good speed right now, so we're going to keep it up. Then we'll be back to Sanguinius next week. Oh my God, it never ends, does it? It never ends, nor should it. I'm gonna go get something to eat, so until next time, keep on painting.